News.
It's a story that garnered a lot of attention in December of 2023. I'm Maria Aquino with the latest from the court about Bar PM.
I'm Debbie Monterrey.
Mayor Kara Spencer is unveiling plans for the upcoming winter and the unhoused. I'm Maria Aquino with the story.
President Trump wants the Senate to end the shutdown by getting rid of a filibuster.
This is AccuWeather meteorologist Joe Lundberg. Sunshine today mixing with some clouds later this afternoon, our high reaching 62.
The losing streak has reached 6 games for the Blues. I'm Joe Pott. They dropped another one last night against Vancouver, and I've got those details coming up in sports.
It is Halloween, and the weather is going to be nice for trick-or-treaters at the Tone. It's 6 o'clock.
The trusted voice of St. Louis. KMOX AM St. Louis. KMOX FM Hazelwood. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. The government shutdown has entered day 31, and SNAP benefits are set to run out at midnight. That'll leave more than 40 million Americans without food assistance if lawmakers in Washington don't come to an agreement. Democrats and Republicans continue to point fingers. House Speaker Hakeem Jeffries.
Republicans are hurting their own people. Louisiana is a top 5 state that will be hurt as it relates to causing people throughout this country to go hungry.
SNAP benefits aren't the only worry. CBS's Erica Brown.
With the holiday season just around the corner, Trump administration officials are sounding the alarm about air travel if the government shutdown doesn't end soon.
Our traffic will be snarled, right? It'll be a disaster in aviation.
Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said air traffic controllers could miss at least 2 full paychecks by Thanksgiving if the stalemate continues. And that could lead to more workers calling out sick.
Torrential rain drenched the Northeast late yesterday, resulting in rushing waters in New York City that killed 2 men in flooded basements. One was electrocuted while he was working on a Manhattan boiler. Odyssey New York's Mary Lynn Buckley says the other death was in Brooklyn.
A man went downstairs into his flooded basement searching for at least one of his dogs and never came out. The FDNY says rescue divers were searching for him and found the victim in the water.
The Trump administration may be planning airstrikes in Venezuela. Correspondent Michael Wallace.
Until now, the U.S. strikes have targeted alleged drug-running boats. The Wall Street Journal reports the administration has identified targets in Venezuela, including ports, airports, and military facilities that are allegedly used to smuggle drugs. Sources say strikes on those targets would send a clear message to Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro that it's time to step down.
Brits woke up today to a monarchy with one less prince.
I'm Vicky Barker in London. Former tabloid editor David Yellen says he's proud to be British now that the king has taken such a strong stance against his own brother and for Jeffrey Epstein's victims. On the other hand, he says,
on the other side of the Atlantic, they are in denial, and the most powerful people in the country are involved.
Virginia Giuffre's family has called for Andrew to face an investigation, not just into what he did, but what he knew.
A new test of the art market. Same guy who brought us the duct-taped banana has sculpted a 223-pound, 18-karat gold toilet. A shiny throne will go up for auction at Sotheby's November 18th. The weight of the gold alone is valued at about $10 million. Dow futures are down 18. This is CBS News.
The annual Progressive Keys to Progress program provides vehicles to deserving veterans, helping our heroes drive their lives forward. Learn more at keystoprogress.com.
At 6:03, we have clear skies, 41 degrees downtown at the Arch. Today is Friday, October 31st. I'm Megan Lynch.
And I'm Debbie Monterrey. The city of St. Louis fast-tracking 3 bills for the homeless ahead of the winter months. Mayor Kara Spencer says more than $13 million will go to help tornado victims and others who are without a home.
At least 200 new beds as a part of this package. As well, we are targeting of having shelter space for 1,000 people that are impacted by the tornado.
Spencer says warming buses will be making a return this winter.
Newly named interim Sheriff John Hayden was introduced at a press conference yesterday. The former St. Louis City Police Chief committed to transporting detainees in need of medical care, something Alfred Montgomery failed to do more than 60 times during his 7 months in office.
I'm committed myself to that. I'd say that is the expectation that we had when I was police chief. That's something that's always occurred. And so I intend to do my best to make sure that continues to happen.
Hayden says he would throw his hat in the ring to remain sheriff permanently if there is a special election.
The owner of Bar PM, Chad Morris, had a pretrial hearing, still trying to get evidence from St. Louis police.
Evidence that dates back to December 18th, 2023, the night a marked St. Louis police SUV crashed into Bar PM in South City. Morris was later charged with fourth-degree assault of a police officer and resisting arrest. Yesterday, Morris was back in court.
It sounds good. We're happy that the judge is considering the dismissal.
Morris' defense team is still waiting for text messages from police on the night the incident happened. Maria Aquina, KMOX News.
A new COVID variant nicknamed razor blade throat is making its way across Missouri. Dr. Stephen Lawrence, professor of medicine at WashU in St. Louis, says it's highly contagious.
To put it into perspective, there's a group of 10 people around, and none of them have had this particular COVID strain before, and somebody is infected with it and spends, a couple hours indoors in pretty close proximity, say in the same room with 10 people. There's a pretty good chance, 6 or 7 of them are going to get it.
Lawrence says the razor blade throat variant is technically known as NB181, and the vaccines are holding up well and still offer strong protection.
Missouri is stepping in to help feed vulnerable residents as federal aid stalls.
Governor Mike Kehoe announced Wednesday that Missouri is speeding up state funding for food assistance due to the ongoing federal government shutdown. With November SNAP benefits unavailable until federal operations resume, the state is transferring $10.6 million to area agencies on aging to support senior meal programs. Kehoe also approved an early $5 million distribution to Missouri food banks, using temporary assistance for needy families funds to meet increased demand. He says these steps will help support vulnerable Missourians during the disruption. Matt Pilger, Missouri Net.
A countywide baby formula, diaper, and diaper wipes drive is kicked off to help support St. Louis County families with young children who will be affected by disruptions in SNAP and possibly WIC. Items can be dropped off at any county library location or any one of 3 county department health locations. Community members can also shop from curated Amazon and Target wish lists with items shipped directly to distribution sites. Donations will be accepted through November 17th.
Believe Academy cutting the ribbon on their new high school building in Midtown. The school has labs where BJC healthcare specialists teach kids hands-on. Bloomberg Philanthropies is putting $10 million into it so that Believe can go from 200 to 400 students by the year 2027. Jenny Kane is with their education team.
The partnership between BJC and Believe has been incredible. They've really been able to build off of some models that we've done around the country, but also really lean into the work-based learning, the curriculum, the credentialing, and I think that it's been a great partnership.
Believe is a charter school, so it has free tuition. Students who are residents of St. Louis City can be entered into a lottery system to get in.
From the Business Desk, sponsored by Krentz Financial Group, KFGadvisors.com, the Stan Musial Lifetime Achievement Award for Sportsmanship this year goes to Olympic figure skating champion Kristi Yamaguchi. The Musial Award for Extraordinary Character goes to Jen Powell, the first woman to umpire in a Major League Baseball game. The Musial Awards will be held November 22nd at Stiefel Theater. It's a red carpet television event that's broadcast nationwide on CBS and Paramount Plus on December 28th. Tickets are still available.
Coming up after traffic and weather, we go in depth on the St. Louis Zoo's Wild Care Park and some of the new residents who've moved in. It's 6:08.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
In sports, it's the dream team. And if your car is out of warranty, there's a team for that as well. You, the driver, your mechanic, and Endurance to pay for the repair bills. I'm Danica Patrick. In the past 5 years, auto repair costs have gone up over 36%. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all. With an Endurance auto protection plan, no matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done by the certified mechanic of your choice. Plans cover 24/7 towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, and lockout services. Act now and get the benefits of our Elite Plan, a $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again. So call now for your free quote.
Call 800-290-0497.
That's 800-290-0497. 800-290-0497.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM. Visit consumercellular.com/facts or store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
This hour of Total Information AM is sponsored by Gamma Tree Experts.
It's now 6:10. We're going to check the Halloween forecast in just a moment. First, though, let's check the roads with Roger Brand. He's in the Overhead Door Company of St. Louis Traffic Center.
No, nobody's complaining about anything so far, Megan. Everything looks great out there right now on both sides of the river for you. So we'll just hope for a good Friday morning. Yesterday morning, that was busy. And, of course, yesterday we had another crash. It was after the morning rush hour, pretty much around 9, but another semi-crash, eastbound 70 in that Wright City construction zone that went up onto the service road. So hopefully we're not going to have a repeat of that again today, but that's been a recent issue since they started that stretch of the Improve I-70 project. They're doing some road work on the Illinois side. Some restrictions expected today on 255 between the Route 3s, between Route 3 Columbia and Route 3 Duplo. Right now they're not out there, and I don't see any delays. They were supposed to have started some maintenance work yesterday, eastbound 5570 between 64 and 203. Since it's eastbound, it isn't an issue usually in the mornings, but you may find restrictions there. We'll see how it plays out this afternoon. Although yesterday afternoon, it really looked okay through that stretch. The only thing backing up was that area they've been working on 64 between 50 and 158. We have delays in the morning eastbound and in the afternoon westbound, so expect more of that again today. Next update is 6:20 from the Overhead Door Company of St. Louis Traffic Center.
Sunshine today mixing with some clouds this afternoon, or high 62. It'll turn mostly cloudy tonight, though 42. A chilly day tomorrow with clouds limiting sunshine. There may be a brief shower or two in the afternoon and evening. Tomorrow's high 53. Sunday, sunshine returns, still quite cool, high 56. From the Saliga Heating and Cooling Weather Desk, I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Joe Lundberg on 104.1 FM KMOX.
Right now, we've got clear skies and 41 degrees downtown, and that weather is sponsored for you by Allstate. Wish you could save on home insurance with Allstate. You could easily save and get quality protection. It's a win-win, so what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
The Blues just cannot get over the hump. They tried last night against Vancouver to no avail. I've got those details straight ahead in sports.
It's now 6:12. The new Safari Zoo opening in Spanish Lake has taken a significant step toward opening.
What we're doing is showcasing an historic moment for Wildcare Park.
The zoo is celebrating the arrival of their iconic animals that will anchor their new safari, white rhinos and giraffes. Wildcare Park Director Sabaris George is excited.
We were able to bring in 5 rhinos, and we have 2 giraffes. And I tell you, when you get close to these animals, you really see how massive they are. The giraffes, 12 feet tall already.
General Curator Martha Fisher says they have a long list of other animals that will be joining them.
Now, in the end of the year, we'll receive 4 more giraffes, and we will receive probably about 40 other animals, other species coming in, 40 other individual animals coming in.
Fisher says a fun fact about the African safari animals coming in, they're naturally accustomed to handle St. Louis's winter weather.
Everybody is surprised that African animals will be comfortable in St. Louis weather because they think of Africa as only being hot all the time, 365 days a year. But in fact, some of the animals that we're going to have here from Africa are actually quite cold hardy. In the winter, they actually do really well during our winters, and they actually do really well during our hot, awful summers as well. So they have a very broad range of climate that they can thrive in. And I think that's always surprising to folks.
So what work needs to be done ahead of opening? First, there's the remaining construction. Outside of the Safari's Veterinary Center, most of the animal-facing infrastructure is complete. That leaves the human-facing work.
11-story observation tower. As it rotates on a clear day, you'll be able to see back to the city of St. Louis and also the confluence of the Mississippi and Missouri River. Of course, I mentioned earlier that we will have an event center. And one of the highlights that we are really going to be proud of is going to be our zoo museum.
However, after the animals are released into their open range safaris, they need to be trained to expect and not be spooked by visiting humans.
Get them in 26 to drive the vehicles through the habitats and make them have noises and all the things that you could possibly hear when people are basically in your house to make sure they're comfortable. And so we get a lot of opportunity to practice.
You kind of have to train them to be used to vehicles driving through. Correct. And noises.
Correct.
George believes the safari could be a Midwest destination.
It's going to be a destination because we're connected to 8 different states, and people will make that conscious decision to come here and visit not only us, but they'll also visit our Forest Park campus too.
George says they are on budget and on time. Wildcare Park Safari is on track to open in 2027. Sean Malone, KMOX News.
Blues on home ice last night, trying to end an extended losing streak as they played host to the Vancouver Canucks. Second meeting of the year between the Blues and the Canucks, and this one started well enough for the Blues until Dylan Holloway opened the scoring a little more than 3 minutes in.
Throws it down along the wing. Holloway into the corner now to Oscar Sundqvist. Back to Holloway. Score!
That line just needed its binky. And Sundqvist finds Holloway. Holloway buries it. 1-0 Blues.
Second of the year for Holloway. Chris Kerber on FanDuel Sports Midwest with the call. Kiefer Sherwood tied it before the end of the period. It was 1-1 into the second. Jimmy Snuggerud gets his 4th of the year at the start of the second period, but Sherwood tied the game again. It was 2-2 into the third period. This time, Sherwood picks up the hat trick to make it a 3-2 game midway through the third period before the Blues tied the score on the power play.
To the line. Fowler. Shot. Rebound. Score! Suter off the rebound.
With 5 seconds remaining in the power play, they get the goal. We're tied 3-3. 9:12 to go, third period.
Now less than 3 minutes to play in the game. In that third period, time winding down, and Vancouver looked like it took the lead, but the Blues challenged the goal.
I think they both might have, so we'll have to see. He'll dump it in. He does have 2 goals on the season, but both of them have been on the power play. Puck deflected in behind the net. Canucks center. Fan on the shot. It bounces back to Reichel to the line. Deflected puck in front. Kane shoots and scores.
To me, this goal does not stand. I think there's too much contact here. This is a 3-3 hockey game.
Here's the answer.
During the play, was determined that one goaltender interference.
Well, that's a gutsy call there by the Blues coach. Great job by Ellen Mondu in the video room to signal to his coaches.
Well, that means it was a 3-3 game, and it stayed that way through overtime. This one goes to a shootout. Neither team scores in the first 2 rounds. Braden Shin didn't even get a shot off in the third round for the Blues, and the door was open for the Canucks.
Jake DeBrusk played for Jim Montgomery in Boston, trying to win it for Vancouver.
In on Bennington. Shoots. Scores. Vancouver wins in the shootout.
The Blues outpaced the Canucks 39-18 in shots on goal last night. Jordan Bennington makes 15 saves in the loss. The losing skid now hits 6 games for the Blues, who slipped to 3-6-2 overall. 8 points and last in the Central Division. It's also the second fewest points in all of the NHL. We'll hear from the Blues head coach, Jim Montgomery, coming up in our next report. Blues are on the road tomorrow. They'll face Columbus. That's as a 6 o'clock start. World Series Game 6 tonight. Toronto can end it at home. Kevin Gausman on the mound for the Blue Jays. Yoshinobu Yamamoto for the Dodgers tonight. First pitch is at 7 o'clock Central. I'm Joe Pott on your home of the Cardinals, 104.1 FM KMOX.
Hi, Margaret with Eamon Gantner and Capriano. We all procrastinate. We put things off, confident we'll have time later. Well, one who procrastinates in choosing will inevitably have their choices made for them by circumstance. Could be an illness or even a death. And it happened to me. I was widowed at 41. It could happen to you. If you procrastinate and fail to plan for your future, for your children, Circumstances and the courts will make your plans for you without your input. Eamon Gantner and Capriano help thousands of families plan for their future now. We can be your personal attorney too, guiding you with a will, trust, powers of attorney, Medicaid, and VA. You may delay, but time does not. Eamon Gantner and Capriano, yourestateMatters.com.
The choice of an attorney is an important decision and shouldn't be based solely on advertising.
Or in need of curb appeal? Go Rhino. Tired of painting year after year? Go Rhino. Our unique 3M ceramic technology is perfect for brick, stucco, aluminum, steel, color lock masonite, and more. It's backed by our 25-year transferable warranty to not chip, crack, or peel. Great if you're staying, and even better if you're selling. Our ceramic coating allows you to maintain all of your architectural features. The decision to do vinyl will leave your home looking like a plastic moldy box. With Rhino Shield, in 15 years, your home will still have that, wow, it looks like you just got it painted. We've done large condo complexes, parking garages, pole barns, and commercial strip malls. We coat sloped and flat roofs to extend their lives too. Evaluations are free. 877-25-RHINO or 877-25rhino.com. See what we did there? Genius. Tell them, ladies.
Don't paint, don't vinyl, go Rhino Shield. Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Your morning news and information. Total Information AM.
It's 6:20. Let's check the roads with Roger Brand in the Overhead Door Company of St. Louis Traffic Center.
Well, we're looking good out there so far this morning, Megan. This traffic report service of the Sandberg Phoenix Law Firm. Seeing a little bit of volume here and there, but it's really not that big of a deal. 55 and 67 looks okay. The right lanes are a little slow, a little busier coming through Mattis, but they still look okay north of Bayless up to River de Pere. North 270 still good to go from 55 all the way up through 44 and around Ladue. Both directions still hustling along. A little volume. 30 at Mauer Industrial, but that's just folks waiting at the stoplight. It's no big deal. Speaking of stoplights, they fixed the one yesterday, finally, 141 at 64, and right now northbound 141 looks great, so that's a good run through. 70 and 64 coming in from out Wentzville way. Great runs across the Missouri River bridges downtown. No delays across the Poplar or Museo Veterans bridges for Illinois drivers either. Next update at 6:30 from the Overhead Door Company of St. Louis Traffic Center.
The weather today should be really nice. Sunny to partly cloudy, high of 62, and a dry evening and not too cold for the trick-or-treaters. Overnight low 42. Tomorrow, it'll be cooler with a mix of clouds and sun and maybe a passing shower in the afternoon or evening. Tomorrow, a high of 53, 56 with sunshine returning on Sunday. Right now, it's 41 downtown.
At Sandberg Phoenix, we're more than just a law firm. Our attorneys are committed to you, your business, and your community. We are ready to serve you in the areas of business litigation, intellectual property, health law, and products liability. SandbergPhoenix.com. The choice of lawyers is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising.
More news now at 6:22. A short film being made locally about the St. Louis legend of the Bubbleheads and a mysterious fog from the 1950s.
This is Stuart McMillan. I recently found Webster Grav Travis Houghton carrying several boxes of rats in and out of a reptile shop in South City. I was too curious to just walk on by without asking him what he was doing with all those boxes of rats. Quickly found out they were props for a movie he's making called Karatico.
It's about these group of friends who discovered this road, and it's actually a real road called Karatico Road in Florissant, Missouri. If you ever heard of the urban legend, the Bobbleheads.
The legend claimed a family of mutants with large, misshapen heads due to a secret government experiment lived in isolation on the secluded Karatico Road, attacking trespassers. Bit of a rite of passage for kids to go back there.
I went down that road when I was a teenager, and I didn't see anything personally, but we thought we saw something, but we didn't really see anything.
Travis is directing, writing, and producing his film Karatico, a play on words for what happened to be the real Karatico Road, and an inspiration to face his fears.
Rats, like humans, are one of the most resilient mammal species on the planet. And while they've long been maligned for their disease vector shenanigans, these unlovable scamps don't get the respect they deserve. So
I hate rats. I don't like rats, and rats scare me. So I decided.
I just saw you carrying like several boxes of rats. So explain.
Yeah.
And I was so scared. But I had the rats. That honestly came in the story when I was thinking about the Cold War, when they basically, the spray that they sprayed that said like, oh, these was to kill insects, but really they was trying to kill black people. That was in like 1950s. So I implemented that into my story, and that opens up my actual short film.
In the 1950s, it's been documented that folks living in the Pruitt-Igoe neighborhood were sprayed with a thick fog from vehicles and rooftops. The U.S. Army admits to using zinc cadmium sulfide, a compound containing a known carcinogen. News Nation spoke with former residents of Pruitt-Igoe in September who are suffering from cancers. They believe the government is withholding proof that they were also sprayed with radiation as research for chemical warfare.
It was a lose-lose situation for us in Pruitt-Igoe. We were subjects.
They didn't ask for our permission. We didn't ask for them to spray us. My government used me like I was a guinea pig.
Director Travis Houghton is taking the themes from the fog over Pruitt-Igoe and the legend of the bubbleheads, putting them together to make Karatico.
Eventually trying to make a feature film out of it. So this is like the teaser for everybody to see, like, this is kind of what it's about. This is what the talents in St. Louis is really showing, and we just making it happen.
Travis told our Stuart McMillan that his crew filmed all the scenes in just 2 days. He has a website where he puts his latest updates of work at travisproduction.com.
It's been a scary month at the movies. The box office is expected to bring in only $425 million for the month domestically. According to ComScore, that's the worst showing in 27 years, excluding during the heart of the pandemic. Analysts blame production delays for not enough movies being released and major big screen flops, including Disney's Tron Ares,
The Ultimate Soldier,
and Dwayne Johnson's The Smashing Machine. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
KMOX Health Editor Fred Bottomer has some reminders on keeping your little trick-or-treaters safe.
WashU emergency medicine and critical care physician Dr. Tiffany Osborne at Barnes Jewish Hospital says the number one tip is to enjoy candy safely.
Avoid choking hazards and allergy risks. So for young kids, avoid hard or small solid candies to reduce choking risks. For parents and caregivers of children who have allergies, as they would anyway, review ingredients carefully to prevent exposures to peanuts, tree nuts, and whatever allergens that they are allergic to. And I would suggest talk to your pediatrician so you can have an EpiPen on standby if needed.
Other tips include only let your kids use specially designed knives to carve a pumpkin. And Dr. Osborne says it's very important for kids to walk in groups, stay on the sidewalk, use a flashlight, and wear reflective gear. Also, don't let your kids wear masks that obscure their vision, and choose costumes that fit properly so they don't become a tripping hazard. Fred Bottomer, KMOX News.
It's now 6:27. This time check sponsored by Jerry Kelley Heating, Air Conditioning, Electrical, and Plumbing.
It's time for a $98 furnace tune-up.
The legendary Fast Eddie of Fast Eddie's Bon Air and Redbirds Hall of Famer Jason Isringhausen.
Hey, Izzy, what's going on, man? Looks kind of like you got something on your mind.
Well, Eddie boy, I'm thinking you may need to change the name of your place from Fast Eddie's to $5 Eddie's.
$5 Eddie? Man, why in the world would I call it $5 Eddie?
Well, I was in there the other day and bought myself the coldest beer I've ever had in my life, and I gave the guy $5. And then I went over and got some of those huge cold water peel and eat shrimps, and I gave her $5.
Well, I never really thought about that. There's a lot of $5 going on in there.
And then I went back up and got one of those huge Fast Eddie cheeseburgers, and I gave them $5 again.
Man, definitely has a ring to it. I think there's a lot of $5 going on.
Yeah, and I had about $100 worth of good time.
Well, that's good to hear, and it's easy to do with live music 7 days a week and a big old party going on that big, beautiful outdoor patio.
Well, like Mr. Shannon always says, if you're 21 and in the mood, head on over to Fast Eddie's Bon Air in Alton, Illinois, and maybe take a selfie on that old Harley Davidson of mine.
Who else has got a Cardinal Hall of Famer's Harley Davidson sitting out on the patio for some selfies?
Only Eddie boy.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Check the back seat. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good, because every year dozens of children are forgotten in the back seat. Cars get hot fast and can be deadly, so get it in your head. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
From your friends at Lombardo Homes, congrats to Dave Glover and the DGS Show on 25 years of building something great. Thanks for keeping St. Louis entertained, informed, and laughing all along the way.
It is now 6:30. We've got clear skies, 41 degrees in downtown St. Louis. I'm Debbie Monterrey.
And I'm Megan Lynch. Let's check the roads with Roger Brand. He's in the Overhead Door Company of St. Louis Traffic Center.
Well, we're still doing great out there. Even 55 normally would be seeing volume at 67 around Butler Hill and north of Bayless, but everything looks great for you on the run in on 55 right now. So does North 270 from 55 up through 44, and both directions 270 around Ladue still good to go. There's a stall blocking, I guess, the right lane. Eastbound 64 as you exit at Kings Highway was blocking more than that a moment ago. So just the right lane blocked on the exit ramp eastbound 64 to Kings Highway. So folks seem to be getting around it okay there. Out west, we look great. Eastbound 70, eastbound 64, southbound 61 coming in from Wentzville fine, and downtown westbound still clear sailing across both of the Poplar and Musel Veterans Bridges. Next update at 6:40 from the Overhead Door Company of St. Louis Traffic Center.
The weather today, sunny to partly cloudy and 62 degrees as our high. Should be a fine night for trick-or-treaters. Overnight low of 42. Tomorrow, we could see a passing shower in the afternoon or evening. Otherwise, cloudy with times of sun here and there. 53 degrees tomorrow. It's 41 out there now.
In the news, St. Louis City has a trio of new bills to address homelessness ahead of winter.
Those bills allocate RAM settlement money and budget surplus to increase the city's shelter bed capacity and warming space, along with other efforts. After a homeless woman froze to death outside of City Hall last year, KMOX asked Mayor Spencer what a success would look like after the coming winter.
Not a single life lost this winter. Success looks like families that can come out of this winter with a plan for continued living here in the city of St. Louis.
Spencer also announced they will be bringing back the city-operated warming buses from the Lyda Crewson administration. Maria Aquina, KMOX News.
City leaders need to be careful about what they ask of developers. That's what St. Louis Alderman Michael Browning is saying after North Point Development abandoned its plans to build apartments at a hot corner of Kings Highway, Oakland, and I-64. That site has been cleared, but was once an eyesore with 7 deteriorating homes.
Browning tells the Business Journal the developer cited elevated costs and rent prices not trending in the right direction, but Browning believes economic incentives from the city could have helped the project along. Otis Williams, the city's interim head of the St. Louis development, says private development in the city has largely come to a halt because developers feel it's too difficult of a process.
A supplemental nutrition program for Missouri women, infants, and children will be available in November despite the government shutdown.
Missouri's Department of Health and Senior Services, which manages the federally funded WIC program, says before the shutdown, they made some cost-saving adjustments to available items to stretch the program further during the shutdown. Officials encouraged the tens of thousands of WIC beneficiaries in Missouri to attend appointments and redeem benefits using their WIC cards until further notice. The state will notify retailers and participants if the redemption needs to be paused. Sue Danielson, Missouri Net.
The news sponsored by Michael's Flooring Outlet, the flooring experts, michaelsflooringoutlet.com.
For 25 years, the Warner's Warm-Up Coat Drive has been a dependable resource for impoverished men, women, and children in the bi-state. Together Credit Union is proud to team up with the Kurt Warner First Things First Foundation and Operation Food Search for the 25th Annual Warner's Warm-Up Coat Drive. From October 20th to November 2nd, new and gently used winter clothes of all sizes will be collected at all 14 Together Credit Union locations to help keep our neighbors warm during the cold winter months. For more information and a full list of donation locations, visit kurtwarner.org.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Insulate your home and save on energy costs. Owens Corning Pink Foamular insulation panels are moisture resistant and can be used anywhere, including walls, attics, and basements. Foamular insulation panels are available in multiple sizes to fit your project. Visit Menards.com to shop all foam board insulation. Plus, check out the weekly flyer for great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
It is 6:34. You're listening to Total Information AM. I'm Debbie Monterrey, along with Megan Lynch. We'll check in just a few minutes with Roger Brand and Joe Lundberg to get you traffic and weather. It's time now for your money report from Bloomberg. It's sponsored by Eamon, Gantner, and Capriano Elder Law Attorneys.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Chevron beat earnings estimates as the profits from its acquisition of Hess were included in the results for the first time. Chevron's global production rose 21%, while cash flow from operations was up 20% from a year earlier, despite falling oil prices. Net income, though, of $3.6 billion was 20% lower than a year earlier. Meanwhile, fellow oil giant Exxon beat Wall Street expectations for a sixth consecutive quarter, while increasing its dividend for the 43rd straight year. According to data compiled by Bloomberg, analysts are also forecasting around a 5% increase in oil and natural gas output next year, despite struggling for years to slow declining production. Big news for Elon Musk, as SpaceX is set to receive $2 billion to develop satellites that can track missiles and aircraft under President Trump's Golden Dome missile defense project. Golden Dome will be a series of satellites and other technology that can track and destroy missiles before they reach their target. Golden Dome is expected to cost hundreds of billions of dollars. I'm Dan Schwartzman, Bloomberg Radio.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Hey, let's talk for just a moment about getting your affairs in order. It is very important. It's something that I did in the last year or so. So I've told my kids, here it is. It's the binder with all the things. If anything happens to me, which I know for some of you might sound morbid, but it's actually a huge favor that you can do for your loved ones. Yansky Law can help because sometimes it's hard to start this process, hard to get your arms around it. Another thing that can be difficult, if you've been named the executor or trustee, certainly an honor, but you're probably feeling the weight of both the responsibility of that and the grief of the loved one that you lost. At Yansky Law, they can help you through every step of that process. They're there to do each step for you if that's what you'd prefer. Even with a trust, the process is very complex. Martin Yansky has decades of experience, and they'll work with you with compassion and expertise, handling the legal side while you can focus on your family and the other things. 314-881-6141 is the number to call for Yansky Law. That is with a J, Jansky, Yansky with a J, yanskylaw.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want to boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Hey, it's Matt Pauley for i3 Broadband, the internet provider in the Pauley household. I think you'd love it if you had them as well. We've got the 2 gig package at our home, 2 gig upload, 2 gig download mirrored, and we're spending less money than we did with the cable company for lesser service. Plus, right now, they've got savings over $400 beyond their already low standard pricing. You got questions? They've got answers. Call 877-976-0711, and they've got people there who can answer all your questions, or head to their website, i3broadband.com.
The countdown to kickoff starts here. Friday's focus on Mizzou, the Chiefs, and the NFL, only on KMOX.
More news now at 6:39. A woman in custody and charged with stabbing a couple on the Metro bus Monday afternoon. 31-year-old Michael Phillips facing 2 counts of assault. She allegedly got on the bus at Arsenal and Jefferson, walked to the back of the bus, and stabbed a pregnant woman and her boyfriend with a knife. Then she got off the bus at Arsenal in Minnesota. The victims have non-life-threatening injuries.
The city of St. Louis has a new interim sheriff, although it is a familiar name.
Former St. Louis City Police Chief John Hayden is now the interim sheriff for the city, officially taking the role on Monday. Here he is explaining in his own words why he decided to accept this role.
The main motivation for me accepting the job is the city has called me, and I accept that as an honor that they've called me and asked for me, and I'm willing to serve in that capacity.
Hayden was non-committal to any major changes, but did leave the door open to entering his name as a candidate in a special election should it get to that point. In the Carnahan Courthouse, Sean Malone, KMOX News.
It's now 6:40. Let's see how the morning rush is going with Roger Brand and the Overhead Door Company of St. Louis Traffic Center.
Well, it's great, going great for pretty much everyone, Megan, with the exception of Lincoln County drivers right now. This traffic reports the service of S&L Coins. They are working to clear a crash right now. Southbound 61, I guess I'll call it north of Highway U. It looks like the front end of the jam is opening up a little bit, but it's hard for me to tell. Definitely a lane blocked. You're jammed right at Moscow Mills, right at Highway C. I think it's about at Himmel Road. That's one of the northbound access points about where the crash occurred, north of Highway U. So southbound 61 jam into Moscow Mills. Be prepared if you're anywhere near C there and you want to cut over to southbound 79. It looks great all the way down to Interstate 70. 70 and 64 themselves coming in from the Wentzville split look good. On the south side, a little bit of volume. It's just a little slow. North 55 approaching 67. Other than that, looks pretty good north of Bayless. If you're on northbound 270, north of Manchester, headed up through 64, that's a little slow right now. Downtown, westbound, we still look great. No delays across the Poplar or Musial Veterans Bridges. Next update at 6:50 from the Overhead Door Company of St. Louis Traffic Center.
S&L Coin. We buy gold and silver coins, silver and gold jewelry. Also buying gold-filled and silver plates. Before you sell, call S&L. 314-544-3600. 314-544-3600. S&L Coin.
Happy Halloween, everyone. I remember some years trick-or-treating as a kid when it was snowing or raining or sleeting. It just ruined everything, didn't it? Well, Joe Lundberg, our AccuWeather meteorologist, is along to tell us none of that is a concern today.
I'm dressed in my Superman costume today because I'm bringing good news today. It's going to be dry and comfortable. 62 our high today. Could even see it a bit higher than that. Sunshine for a while. Some high clouds come in this afternoon, but it should be a fine evening for trick-or-treating with temperatures in the 50s and fairly light winds. Now, it does get a little cloudier tonight, though, 42, and it sets us up for a chilly day tomorrow with a lot more clouds and sun. I could see a shower or two tomorrow afternoon, evening. Again, not this evening, the high 53. More sunshine Sunday, the high 56. Then a warming trend begins on Monday. With sunshine, we get to 64, maybe 67 on Tuesday. Early a chilly 38 at St. Peter's, 39 at Florissant, clear and 43 downtown at the Arch. From the Saliga Heating and Cooling Weather Desk, I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Joe Lundberg on 104.1 FM KMOX.
We could have a new World Series champion tonight, Game 6 in Toronto. I've got those details straight ahead in sports.
And the news continues at 6:42. Urgent searches continue in the Caribbean in the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa. Dozens of people reported dead between Jamaica, Haiti, and the Dominican Republic. CBS News correspondent Jared Hill has the latest.
As local authorities get to work, Caribbeans in the U.S. are coordinating aid deliveries. At the Global Empowerment Mission in Miami, Shauna Ford is one of dozens of volunteers packing survival supplies.
It was just really nerve-wracking for me to see that happening
to the island that I know and love.
In Cuba, the storm rocked the historic town of El Cobre. Over 700,000 people were evacuated across the island. Secretary of State Marco Rubio Thursday said the U.S. is prepared to provide immediate humanitarian assistance, this despite 6 decades of economic sanctions. In Haiti, Melissa unleashed catastrophic flooding. At least 30 are reported dead.
Up to 25,000 people are still in crowded shelters across the western half of the island of Jamaica.
The Trump administration apparently planning airstrikes in Venezuela. Until now, the U.S. strikes have targeted alleged drug-running boats. The Wall Street Journal reports the administration has identified targets in Venezuela, including ports, airports, and military facilities that they say are used to smuggle drugs. Sources say strikes on those targets would send a clear message to Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro that it's time for him to step down.
The Trump administration is dramatically lowering the number of refugees it will admit into the country.
The administration has announced it will cap refugee admissions in 2026 at 7,500, and most of those refugees will be white South Africans. This is a dramatic drop from last year's number of 125,000 refugees during the Biden administration. The Trump White House did not explain the reason for the major decrease or the decision to focus mostly on white South Africans. A statement says only that it was, quote, justified by humanitarian concerns or is otherwise in the national interest. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
The world's most visited porn website says its UK business has plummeted since the introduction of age checks.
Pornhub says the number of British visitors has fallen 77% since this summer when the UK passed a new law requiring more rigorous age checks for sexually explicit sites. The online porn site says it's effectively being punished for following the law, since all that traffic is now simply going to other porn sites that aren't complying. But it's possible at least some of that fall off in business is an illusion, with more UK customers now accessing the site using VPNs, which mask a user's location. Vicki Barker, CBS News, London.
It's been a rough week for recalls at Ford. WWJ reporter Jeff Gilbert says the automaker is recalling more than 500,000 vehicles for a number of different issues.
Nearly 15,000 electric F-150 Lightnings have a rear light bar problem. For the older Flex, it's a door panel defect. Some Fords and Lincolns were repaired with bad transmission parts. Unrelated issues include windshields with air bubbles and parts that can fly off of moonroofs.
Well, the Blues dropped another one last night at home, 4-3, the final in a shootout last night as Vancouver beats the Blues, sending St. Louis to its 6th consecutive loss. Blues outshoot the Canucks 39-18. And after the game, head coach Jim Montgomery was asked if the Blues should win a game like that.
Yes, usually. And not because of the shot clock. We're not a real shot on goal evaluators as a staff. But we had a lot of point blank shots. We had a lot of traffic going to the net. We created a lot of chaos offensively. But, Vancouver did a good job of hanging around, and then they got the lead a couple of times. I love the way we fought back. Some of the goals that we gave up, we got to be smarter. We got to continue to build in the right way. We did build tonight. It's a step in the right direction. We need to win that game. It's that simple.
Blues go on the road tomorrow night to face Columbus. Blue Jackets are 6th in the Metropolitan Division with 12 points. Puck drops at 6 o'clock Central Time tomorrow. Toronto Blue Jays have a chance to win their first World Series in 32 years tonight. Game 6 of the series with the Blue Jays up 3-2. And the Blue Jays are going back home to Rogers Center. The Dodgers will turn to Yoshinobu Yamamoto. He has been dominant in the postseason. He's 3-1 with a 157 earned run average. And he's coming off back-to-back complete games, a 3-hitter against the Brewers in the NLCS and a 4-hit complete game against the Blue Jays in Game 2 of the World Series. Blue Jays will counter with righty Kevin Gausman. He was 10-11 in the regular season, but he's 2-2 with a 2.55 ERA in the postseason. He was the losing pitcher in that Game 2 matchup with Yamamoto. He tossed 6 scoreless innings of his own in that game. In Game 2. First pitch tonight is 7 o'clock Central Time. College football tomorrow. Illinois 5-3 now, unranked after the 42-25 loss last week at Washington. The Fighting Illini are at home tomorrow morning. They'll face 4-4 Rutgers at 11 a.m. Mizzou has the week off this week. I'm Joe Pott on your home of the Cardinals, 104.1 FM, KMOX.
Hey guys, Glover here from my good friends at Ophthalmology Associates. So my doctor is Dr. Greg Birdie, and he's my doctor and he is my friend. He is a very, very good, very thorough doctor. His longtime partner, Dr. Malhotra, Dr. Royer, Dr. Brisati, they are the doctor's doctors. Why do they call them this? Because about 250 local and regional doctors go to the doctor's doctors for their eye care. Now, are their eyes more important than yours? No, of course not. But it's a real indicator that they are legit when other doctors go to them when they could go anywhere in the world for their eye care. Whether you're there for a comprehensive exam or you're there for a surgical consultation on LASIK or cataracts, you're going to be treated with respect and professionalism every single time. Call 314-966-5000 or log on to youridoc.com. That's 314-966-5000 or youridoc.com for the fine doctors at Ophthalmology Associates and the Cornea and Laser Vision Institute. 314-966-5000 or youridoc.com.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Missouri can count on.
KMOX proudly supports the Musial Awards, returning to Stiefel Theater Saturday, November 22nd. You can be in the audience for this nationally televised event, hosted right here in St. Louis. Named for Stan the Man, the show celebrates the year's greatest moments of sportsmanship and those who embody class and character. Experience the extraordinary moments and people that make the Musial Awards an event like no other. For more information, KMOX.com/events.
Now the news at 9, The Talk. The Chris and Amy Show on 104.1 FM KMOX.
It is 6:50, and that means it's time for traffic and weather here on Total Information AM. Roger Brand has the latest from the Overhead Door Company of St. Louis Traffic Center.
Well, we've still got this jam for southbound 61 drivers, Debbie, coming through Moscow Mills. In fact, the jam begins just on the north side of the exit there at Highway C. It's bumper to bumper down to a point north of Highway U. It's closer to Highway U than it is C. So southbound 61, a couple miles of jam traffic there, maybe 3 miles, I guess, southbound coming into the area. So just have a little patience if you're headed that way. There is a lane blocked, obviously, with that crash. Other than that, there are no other jams in the metro area on the highways, just a little slowdown northbound 55 approaching 67. But you still look okay north of Bayless up across the river to Pear. North 270, still the right lane's just busy periodically. Right now it's a little slow approaching the Clayton Road overpass, just some volume as you got up into that construction zone past 64 downtown. There's work zone set up eastbound 5570 between 64 and 203. Doesn't appear to be bothering anybody right now. Yesterday it was okay. We'll see how it plays out this afternoon. But going the other way, westbound, still clear sailing across the Poplar and the Musial Veterans Bridges. Next update at 6:58 from the Overhead Door Company of St. Louis Traffic Center.
And checking that forecast for your Halloween, sunny to partly cloudy, a dry evening for your trick-or-treating, a high of 62. Mostly cloudy tonight, an overnight low of 42. And then we could have a passing shower in the afternoon or evening tomorrow with a high of 53. We do have clear skies, 41 degrees downtown at the Arch.
The news continues at 6:52. The St. Louis Zoo's expansion safari in Spanish Lake is celebrating the arrival of their leading animals.
The anchor animals have arrived at the 425-acre safari as they get closer to their 2027 opening. Wildcare Park Director Sabaris George.
We were able to bring in 5 rhinos, and we have 2 giraffes. And I tell you, when you get close to these animals, you really see how massive they are. The giraffes, 12 feet tall already.
General Curator Martha Fisher says they have a long list of other animals that will be joining them.
Now, in the end of the year, we'll receive 4 more giraffes, and we will receive probably about 40 other animals, other species coming in, 40 other individual animals coming in.
George says they are on budget and on track to open in 2027 on time. Sean Malone, KMOX News.
The old Mavrocco's Candy Factory in Fountain Park getting new life. Sarah Stock of Stock Legal has purchased the Delmar property with plans to create an $8 million mixed-use development with retail, restaurant space, law offices, and a gym. That's according to the Business Journal. Mavrocco's Candy Company was once the area's largest chocolate company. The brand's now owned by Chocolate Company. The factory was built in 1926.
While many homes will be giving out candy and treats tonight on Halloween, many families will be worrying about buying food as SNAP benefits end tomorrow. CBS's Tori Mason introduces us to the Martin family in Colorado who are hoping to use the holiday as a way to help others.
Candy isn't top of mind for a lot of families right now, but some are finding support in some unexpected places.
I think everybody needs a little bit of help.
Destiny knows the strain many parents will soon feel. She's received SNAP benefits herself.
I just had my twins and we were homeless, and yeah, it was really hard, and I couldn't imagine getting through that without the benefits that I received.
If you do run out of candy tonight, one idea.
Hot potato, hot potato.
The hottest haul for trick-or-treaters now includes a tuber. A man named Pat Foy in Lancaster, Pennsylvania started the trend as a joke 20 years ago when he seized on the idea of a trick by offering kids who lined up at his door a choice between a potato and candy. Grown-ups across the country have caught on. They've been buying sacks of spuds to give away to gleeful door knockers who want to show off at least one among their chocolates and gummy goodies when the night is done. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
I heard it's somebody's birthday.
Birthday excitement. It's your birthday.
And today's KMOX birthday shout-out sponsored by Renner Garage Door, RENNER, forward and back, family-owned and top-rated, RennerDoorSTL.com. And celebrity birthdays for this Friday, October 31st, include TV host Jane Pauley. She's 75. Former CBS anchorman Dan Rather is 94. Actor Letitia Wright is 32 years old. And rapper Vanilla Ice was born in 1967. He's 58 years old.
All right, stop. Collaborate and listen. I sit back with my brand new invention. Something.
Oh, Vanilla Ice. Local celebrity birthdays, by the way, if you want them announced, birthday or anniversaries here in this segment, totalam@kmox.com is where to email. And happy birthday wishes going out this morning to Master Sergeant John Spring from your St. Louis family, Kim Griffith and Tracy McElwain from the Life Group. Ken Haller and Nene Harris are celebrating, and happy birthday wishes going out to KMOX's own Sean Malone.
This is the best birthday ever.
Looking for your dream home in Wentzville? Welcome to Sutton Farms by Lombardo Homes, where community and comfort come together. Enjoy resort-style living with a private clubhouse, indoor courts, a splash pad, sand volleyball, walking trails, and even a dog park. Choose from our newest Parkside series or design your own custom home in our nature or traditional series, all within the top-rated Wentzville School District. Discover the perfect blend of small-town charm and modern convenience at Sutton Farms, located off Piney Road in Wentzville. Visit lombardohomes.com to learn more.
Explore passion and romance as the St. Louis Symphony Orchestra performs two of the most exhilarating pieces in orchestral music. Violinist Nikolai Shep-Schneider showcases his virtuosity as he soars through Tchaikovsky's Violin Concerto. And music director Stefan Deneuve leads the SLSO in Rachmaninoff's breathtakingly beautiful Second Symphony. Experience this unforgettable performance November 1st and 2nd. Tickets available at slso.org.
Working full-time but still falling behind? Learn how real estate education can help you build income and get ahead on your terms. Text radio to 88007. That's RADIO to 88007. Presented by Lifestyles Unlimited.
Glover here for my friends at Cantor Injury Law. Cantor is local, and we're here doing the work every day. We're right here in St. Louis, and we're ready to fight for you. CantorInjuryLaw.com or call 314-628-9999.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be solely based on advertisements.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
In sports, it's the dream team. And if your car is out of warranty, there's a team for that as well. You, the driver, your mechanic, and Endurance to pay for the repair bills. I'm Danica Patrick. In the past 5 years, auto repair costs have gone up over 36%. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all. With an Endurance auto protection plan, no matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done by the certified mechanic of your choice. Plans cover 24/7 towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, and lockout services. Act now and get the benefits of our Elite Plan, a $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again. So call now for your free quote.
Call 800-290-0497. That's 800-290-0497. 800-290-0497.
Let's get a check of the roads once more for you with Roger Brandon, the Overhead Door Company of St. Louis Traffic Center.
Well, good news, Megan, for Lincoln County drivers. The only jam we had, the only trouble spot we had was a crash on southbound 61 north of Highway U. They cleared it. There's still a little bit of a backup as you head through Moscow Mills proper, bumper to bumper through that Highway C interchange. And you get a little south of there, and it opens up, and it looks like it's fine all the way down onto 64 or 70. Take your pick. They're both still hustling in from the Wentzville area without delays. Just a little bit of a slowdown right now, northbound 55. Approaching 67 in the work zone, but north of Bayless up across River to Pear looks okay. North 270 again, still just a little bit of a slowdown as you approach 64 headed into that construction zone. Illinois drivers headed for downtown look great, no issues there. Next update at 7:10 from the Overhead Door Company of St. Louis Traffic Center.
Today is Friday, October 31st. I'm Debbie Monterrey.
Mayor Kara Spencer is getting out in front of plans for the unhoused this winter. I'm Maria Aquino with details.
I'm Megan Lynch. The city of St. Louis has a new interim sheriff, and it's a familiar name.
The main motivation for me accepting the job is the city has called me.
This is meteorologist Joe Lund. Clouds this afternoon, a dry evening for trick-or-treating, our high 62.
The Blue Jays can wrap it up tonight. I'm Joe Pott. Game 6 of the World Series in Toronto tonight. I've got more on that coming up in sports.
It's day 31 of the government shutdown. An update on SNAP benefits coming up.
Mid-America's most trusted voice for news. KMOX AM St. Louis. KMOX FM Hazelwood. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This is the CBS News World News Roundup, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. More than 40 million people who get government help paying for groceries will be cut off at midnight. This is day 31 of the shutdown, and SNAP benefits are due to expire. Correspondent Nicole Killian is in Washington.
Fresh off his Asia trip, President Trump fired off several posts urging Republicans to play their Trump card, go nuclear, and get rid of the filibuster to bypass Democrats and end the shutdown.
Healthcare premiums could also expire with a key tax credit in the Affordable Care Act set to end. The shutdown also affecting travel. Thousands of flights have been delayed, and it could get worse. CBS's Christian Benavides is at the airport.
FAA facilities across the country experienced staffing issues, including here in Orlando. The FAA says a shortage in controllers almost led them to shut down their runways. But an hour later, they were able to secure enough staff. Flyers faced delays up to 4 hours.
It's not just affecting those employees, it's affecting us too, and it's a huge chain reaction.
It comes as around 13,000 air traffic controllers missed their first full paycheck on Tuesday, and they could miss at least 2 more by Thanksgiving.
Days after a catastrophic hurricane named Melissa tore through, they're still looking for survivors in Jamaica. CBS's Jason Allen reports from Montego Bay.
Search and recovery efforts are stretching into a third day after Hurricane Melissa made landfall in Jamaica as one of the strongest Atlantic hurricanes on record. Nearly 500,000 people in Jamaica still don't have power, and damage to infrastructure has made communications here nearly impossible.
At least 40 deaths have been blamed on the storm across the islands. He's plain old Andrew Windsor after Britain's royal family stripped the king's younger brother of his princely title. Loved ones of one of the women who accused him of sex abuse in the Jeffrey Epstein scandal are speaking out. Correspondent Holly Williams outside Buckingham Palace.
Virginia Giuffre's family released a statement last night saying today an ordinary American girl brought down a British prince with her truth and extraordinary extraordinary courage. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, as he's now known, has always denied Giuffre's accusations.
Giuffre died by suicide. It's been a rough week for Ford. It's issued yet another recall. WWJ's Jeff Gilbert.
Nearly half the vehicles being recalled are SUVs that have windshields with bubbles that can obscure visibility. But other issues range from a light bar that doesn't work to parts that can fly off of moonroofs. Ford says they put a priority on finding and fixing issues and improving quality.
Dow futures up 50. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Let me tell you about this new pretzel cheddar club. Hey, I'm Carlos.
And I'm Ebony. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club
is the tangy Dijon with the pretzel bun. It takes it to a whole nother level.
It goes perfectly with the chicken and the cheddar cheese and the bacon.
Man, you know how much you love bacon. And I love the different varieties. Grilled, spicy, original. It gets you nice and excited for fall.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
At 7:04, we have clear skies, 40 degrees downtown at the Arch. Today is Friday, October 31st. I'm Megan Lynch.
And I'm Debbie Monterrey. St. Louis City has a trio of new bills to address homelessness ahead of the winter.
Those bills allocate RAM settlement money and budget surplus to increase the city's shelter bed capacity and warming space, along with other efforts. After a homeless woman froze to death outside of City Hall last year, KMOX asked Mayor Spencer what a success would look like after the coming winter.
Not a single life lost this winter. Success looks like families that can come out of this winter with a plan for continued living here in the city of St. Louis.
Spencer also announced they will be bringing back the city-operated warming buses from the Lyda Crewson administration. Maria Aquina, KMOX News.
City leaders need to be careful about what they ask of developers. That's what St. Louis Alderman Michael Browning is saying after North Point Development abandoned plans to build apartments at Kings Highway and Oakland and 64. The site has been cleared, but once was an eyesore with 7 deteriorating homes.
Browning tells the Business Journal the developer cited elevated costs and rent prices not trending in the right direction. But Browning believes economic incentives from the city could have helped the project along. Otis Williams, the city's interim head of the St. Louis Development Corporation, says private development in the city has largely come to a halt because developers feel it's too difficult to process.
The city of St. Louis has a new interim sheriff.
Former St. Louis City Police Chief John Hayden is now the interim sheriff for the city, officially taking the role on Monday. Here he is explaining in his own words why he decided to accept this role.
The main motivation for me accepting the job is the city has called me. And I accept that as an honor that they've called me and asked for me, and I'm willing to serve in that capacity.
Hayden was non-committal to any major changes, but did leave the door open to entering his name as a candidate in a special election should it get to that point. In the Carnahan Courthouse, Sean Malone, KMOX News.
A pretrial hearing was held yesterday for Chad Morris, the owner of Bar PM, in a case that stems from that incident in December 2023 when a St. Louis police SUV crashed into Morris's bar. Morris was later charged with fourth-degree assault of a police officer and resisting arrest, charges he received just days after the police vehicle struck his business. Morris told KMOX that the judge seemed open-minded about the possibility of dropping those charges.
It should have ended a long time ago, and we're just hoping that it'll be over soon.
Morris's attorney is still waiting for evidence from the St. Louis Police Department, which is said to include text messages exchanged between the officers involved.
The old Mavrocco's Candy Factory in Fountain Park getting new life. Sarah Stock of Stock Legal has purchased the Del Mar property with plans to create an $8 million mixed-use development with retail, restaurant space, law offices, and a gym. That's according to the Business Journal. Mavrocco's Candy Company was once the area's largest chocolate company. The brand now owned by Chocolate. The factory built in 1926.
From the business desk sponsored by Krentz Financial Group, KFGadvisors.com.
That Bloomberg Philanthropy is investing $10 million in the Project Partners to
BJC Healthcare and Believe Academy officially cutting the ribbon and opening a new high school building next to Harris Stowe State University yesterday, made possible by a $10 million investment from Bloomberg Philanthropies. Jenny Kane is with their education team and told our Stuart McMillan why St. Louis was chosen for the investment.
We cut the ribbon, but you came inside and you saw the students. Tell me what it's like here.
It's really amazing. It is full of life. The students are really interested and engaged and involved in the work, and I think they're very inspired to pursue healthcare careers and to keep learning.
The Bloomberg investment will allow the student body to increase from 200 to 400 students by the 2027 school year. Believe Academy is a charter school. High school age kids who are residents of St. Louis City can be entered into a lottery system to get in.
We'll check traffic and weather in 2 minutes. It's 7:08.
It's easy to feel apprehensive about getting screened for cancer or to just keep putting it off. But Siteman Cancer Center wants to remind you how important it is, especially after the age of 40. And they also want you to know how easy it is to get it done. GetScreenedNow.com has all the information you need on cancers like prostate, breast, colon, lung cancer. You can also find out your risk of disease by answering just a few simple questions. And then you can find one of the hundreds of screening locations in the area. Even if you're a little farther out, there is probably a place near you. You have heard this before, but catching cancer early dramatically increases the odds of a successful treatment, especially with so many cancers showing up earlier in life. So do not be intimidated. Siteman will make the process as simple as possible. GetScreenedNow.com. Do it for your family and friends who count on you. Do it for yourself. Visit GetScreenedNow.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-348-0269. 800-348-0269. 800-348-0269.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This hour of Total Information AM is sponsored by Gamma Tree Experts.
It is 7:10. Traffic and weather every 10 minutes here on Total Information AM. Roger Brand has the latest on your ride in this morning from the Overhead Door Company of St. Louis Traffic Center.
Well, no complaints out there right now, Debbie. Things look great. Nothing scary on the highways on this Halloween Friday. If you're heading out the door right now, you're good to go. It's just a little busy, just a brief slowdown. Northbound 55 and 67 really doesn't look that bad. North of there, the right lanes through Butler Hill for now are fine. North of Bales up to River to Pear looks good. 270 around Ladue in that construction zone. Things are good to go. It's all cleared out completely now. Southbound 61 coming down through Moscow Mills, no longer any hint of a delay. Things are hustling through there from that earlier crash we had north of Highway U, so that's good news. And downtown, everything's still good to go. Westbound across the Poplar and Musial Veterans Bridges, they are doing road work eastbound on 5570 between 64 and 203. Don't see any delays through there. We'll see if that is an issue this afternoon, although yesterday afternoon, they were out there yesterday. It wasn't a problem then. Next update at 7:20 from the Overhead Door Company of St. Louis Traffic Center.
KMOX AccuWeather, sunny to partly cloudy today with a high of 62. It'll cloud up tonight, though 42. A chilly day tomorrow with clouds, some intervals of sun, even a brief shower or two in the afternoon and evening, the high 53. Sunday, mostly sunny and still quite cool, high 56, turning warmer next week. From the Saliga Heating and Cooling Weather Desk, I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Joe Lundberg on 104.1 FM KMOX.
Well, it's still pretty chilly this morning. 41 in Florissant, 38 in St. Peters, and clear skies, 40 degrees downtown at the Arch.
Blues playing the Canucks last night, trying to end this losing streak.
Spoiler alert, they did not. I've got more coming up in sports.
It is now 7:12. State officials say a supplemental nutrition program for women, infants, and children will be accessible in Missouri next month, despite the federal government shutdown.
Missouri's Department of Health and Senior Services, which manages the federally funded WIC program in the state, says they made some changes before the shutdown. The cost-saving adjustments were aimed at stretching the dollars further. Health officials encouraged the tens of thousands of recipients in Missouri to attend appointments and redeem benefits using their WIC cards until further notice. The state will notify retailers and participants in the latter half of November if the shutdown forces a pause. Enrollment in the WIC program in Missouri topped 96,000 during fiscal year 2025. By comparison, more than 600,000 Missourians are enrolled in the federally funded Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP. Sue Danielson, Missouri Net.
A countywide baby formula, diaper, and diaper wipes drive has kicked off to help support St. Louis County families with young children who will be affected by disruptions in SNAP and possibly WIC. Items can be dropped off at any county library location or one of 3 county Department of Health locations. Community members can also shop from curated Amazon and Target wish lists. Those items would be shipped directly to distribution sites. Donations will be accepted through November 17th.
A new COVID variant nicknamed razor blade throat is spreading across Missouri, causing some serious discomfort. Dr. Stephen Lawrence, professor of medicine at Washington University, explains why it has people reporting sore throats that feel like swallowing razor blades.
The virus infects the cells within our throat, and it actually does tissue damage. It destroys some of those cells, and it leaves, some raw spots, microscopic areas that are basically raw is what causes a lot of the throat pain.
Lawrence says the razor blade throat variant, NB181, is highly contagious, but vaccines are holding up well and still offer strong protection.
Need some quick Halloween safety tips before going out with your kids tonight for trick or treat? KMOX health editor Fred Bottomer reports.
WashU emergency medicine and critical care physician Dr. Tiffany Osborne at Barnes Jewish Hospital says it's very important for kids to walk in groups, stay on the sidewalk, use a flashlight, and wear reflective gear.
Another thing is to prevent costume hazards. So slips, trips, and falls are also very common Halloween injuries. So wear masks that don't obscure your vision. Choose costumes that fit properly and don't become a tripping hazard.
Other tips include only let your kids use specially designed knives to carve a pumpkin and avoid any candy with choking hazards or allergy risks. Fred Bottomer, KMOX News.
Blues facing Vancouver last night at Enterprise Center, not extend that extended losing streak. Second meeting of the year between the Blues and the Canucks last night, and this one started okay for the Blues as Dylan Holloway opened the scoring.
Throws it down along the wing. Holloway into the corner now to Oscar Sundqvist, back to Holloway. Score!
That line just needed its binky. And Sundqvist finds Holloway. Holloway buries it, 1-0 Blues.
Second of the year for Holloway. That's Chris Kerber on FanDuel Sports Midwest. Kiefer Sherwood tied the score before the end of the period, so it was 1-1 going into the second. Jimmy Snuggerud gets his fourth of the year at the start of the second period, but Sherwood tied the game again, and it was 2-2 going into the third. Sherwood then gives the Canucks the lead at the start, through the third. He picks up the hat trick and makes it 3-2 Vancouver before the Blues tie the score on the power play.
To the line. Fowler. Shot. Rebound. Score!
Suter off the rebound. With 5 seconds remaining in the power play, they get the goal. We're tied 3-3. 9:12 to go, third period.
We get inside 3 minutes left in the third period, and it looked like Vancouver had taken the lead, but the Blues challenged the goal.
I think they both might have, so we'll have to see how
He'll dump it in. He does have 2 goals on the season, but both of them have been on the power play.
Puck deflected in behind the net. Canucks center. Van on the shot. It bounces back to Reichel to the line. Deflected puck in front. Kane shoots and scores.
To me, this goal does not stand. I think there's too much contact here. This is a 3-3 hockey game.
Here's the answer.
During the play, was determined there was goaltender interference.
Well, that's a gutsy call there by the Blues coach.
Great job by Ellen Mondu in the video room to signal to his coaches.
Well, you can tell that the crowd at Enterprise Center liked it. That made it back to 3-3. It stayed 3-3 through overtime, and this one goes into a shootout. Neither team gets a goal in the first two rounds. Braden Shin couldn't even get a shot off in the third. The puck slipping off his stick. That opens the door for the Canucks.
Jake DeBrusk played for Jim Montgomery in Boston. Trying to win it for Vancouver. In on Bennington. Shoots. Scores. Vancouver wins in the shootout.
Shots were 39-18 in favor of the Blues last night. Jordan Bennington makes 15 saves in goal. The losing skid goes to 6 games now. The Blues are 3-6-2 overall. They have the second fewest points in all of the NHL, just 8. We'll hear from Blues head coach Jim Montgomery coming up at 7:45. The Blues are on the road tomorrow. They'll face Columbus at 6 o'clock. Tonight, it's World Series Game 6. Toronto can win it at home. Kevin Gausman is on the mound for the Blue Jays. Yoshinobu Yamamoto for the Dodgers tonight. First pitch is at 7 o'clock. I'm Joe Pott on your home of the Cardinals, 104.1 FM, KMOX.
Setting goals for retirement is one thing, but knowing how to achieve those goals is another.
What are your wishes, hopes, and dreams? What's retirement look like for you? Because everybody, that picture is different.
For tips on building a better nest egg, tune in to the All Financial Hour with host Steve All, Saturday mornings at 10 or Sunday evenings at 6, right here on KMOX. You can also visit yourmoneymattersstl.com for more details.
Hey guys, it's Kevin Wheeler. Struggling with low energy, performance issues, or weight gain? Game Day Men's Health has you covered with testosterone therapy, ED treatments, and more, all in a relaxed environment that's like being in the man cave. At Game Day, you get a free testosterone test and consultation all in just an hour. Game Day is the premier men's health clinic with 3 area locations in Chesterfield, O'Fallon, Missouri, and Glen Carbon, Illinois. Visit GameDayMen'sHealth.com. That's GameDayMen'sHealth.com and get back to the top of your game with Game Day Men's Health.
Hi, I'm Jim Brennan with McKelvey Homes. McKelvey is on the move with 3 new communities and prime locations opening soon. The early bird gets the worm, so get your pick of the home sites and the best prices first. Join our VIP list at McKelveyHomes.com. Strawberry Farms is located on Mexico Road, east of Highway K from the 480s. Post Farms on Highway N near Duello Road from the 540s, or the Reserve in Wildwood at Highways 109 and 100 from $560,000 to $1 million plus. It's a great time to move up to McKelvey.
Cooler weather is on the way. Quiver River Electric Cooperative reminds you that heating requires more energy than any other system in your home, making up about 42% of your energy bill. Save almost 30% on your bill with proper equipment maintenance and upgrades. Replace or clean the furnace filter each month. Consider additional insulation. Caulk, seal, and weather strip wherever outside meets inside. For more tips, visit our website at quiver.com.
Now the news. At 1, the fun. It's the Dave Glover Show on 104.1 FM KMOX.
It's 7:20. Let's see how things are moving out there on this Friday morning. Roger Brand is in the overhead door company of St. Louis Traffic Center. How's it look, Roger?
Well, so far so good, Megan. I mean, it's a little busier here and there, but it's a Friday morning, so it's really very light. I mean, northbound 55, you have a little slowdown through 67. North of A, briefly, it bogs down again in that construction zone. And it's a little busier now north of Bayless up the river to Pear. But again, those are all slowdowns, not jammed at all. Northbound 270 still looks pretty good. Again, it sort of ebbs and flows, and it's never bad, but it's just a little busy in those right lanes approaching Clayton Road right now, seeing a little slow traffic there. Eastbound Highway 30, Mauer up the hill to 270. That's kind of slow as well. Southbound 61 still looks great. You know, once they cleared that crash we had south of Moscow Mills, it's back on the go. It still looks good down at the interchange with 64 and 70, and both of those runs across the Missouri River bridges still no delays there either. And downtown we still look good. Westbound across the Poplar and Museville Veterans Bridges for Illinois drivers, again 64 through that work zone between 50 and 158. No delays in either direction there right now either. Next update at 7:30 from the overhead door company of St. Louis Traffic Center.
It's going to be a nice day today, and expect sunshine, maybe partly cloudy skies, 62 degrees. And for trick-or-treating, it'll be dry and not too cold. Overnight low of 42, and then maybe a passing shower tomorrow afternoon or evening. Otherwise, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, we've got plenty of sunshine in store. Right now, it's 41 degrees.
And the weather is sponsored by Lion's Choice, where you can enjoy a quick and delicious meal, but make it healthy with plenty of low-cal, low-carb, vegetarian, and gluten-free options. There's something to satisfy everyone on the Lion's Choice menu. Stop by today. Lion's Choice.
Next time somebody says St. Louis, what's St. Louis got?
It's that time of the week when we try to guess where Scott Jagow has been roaming. He joins us here in Studio B, and our guessers today, Megan Lynch, Joe Pott, and me, Debbie Monterrey. Hi, Scott.
Good morning.
What are our chances today?
This is a tough one.
Okay.
It's a small place, but it's specific enough that you might know it.
Okay, we're ready.
Okay, here's your first clue.
2020, my brother came up with the concept. He went to little bodegas like this a lot and got the Cuban style coffee, the cafe con leche and the colada. Whenever he came back, he missed it and he couldn't really find a place to get it.
That sounds good.
Little bodega.
Yeah.
We said that.
Cuban
With good
style.
Cuban coffee.
All right.
Yeah, no ideas.
Okay.
We have to adjust a lot of our food to be breakfast because it's, we close at 2. It's the nature of our business. We have a ropa vieja, which is pulled pork with peppers and onions and sriracha mayo and egg on a brioche sandwich with Provel, and it's delicious.
Oh my
Sounds
gosh.
delicious.
Except for the Provel. But otherwise, sounds good.
Scott, them's fighting words.
Yeah. Anyway, so it's a breakfast place.
Uh-huh.
He says they close at 2. We've got Cuban, and he actually described
The
Cuban.
ropa vieja.
Yeah.
Love that.
So nothing yet?
No.
No clue, no ideas? Okay.
Fishing is definitely, my dad was a huge fisherman. That's part of the reason why we went down there when we were younger a lot, is my dad loves fishing. And so you do a little bit of everything when you're down there. They have great river fishing and deep sea fishing. So you get a little bit of both in there and eat a lot of seafood. It's a lot of fun.
So he was going to Cuba?
He didn't say Cuba. He said down there.
Down there. Okay.
I'll give you a hint. It's not in Cuba. It's
Florida,
United
maybe?
States. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Got some Florida. Fishing is a big thing. So if you go in this place, there are quite a few photos of fish.
Okay.
People being
Do they serve
being
fish?
caught. They do not.
Okay.
They do not. It's not a
It's just the
seafood
decor.
restaurant. It's just the decor.
Can you give us a general area?
Sure. Soulard.
Oh. Okay.
I bet somebody got it
No.
right there. No, someone listening.
Oh, yeah. Somebody at home going, come on.
Yeah. All right. One more clue.
The guava fruit pastelito it's guava fruit and a vanilla cream cheese wrapped up in puff pastry with cane sugar on top. It becomes either hot or as it like room temperature. And it's perfect with a coffee, just as like a side. My mom makes all of those. She's made all of our pastries this whole time, and I'm sure she hates it, but she does an excellent job.
So that's another thing that this place is very specific for is those pastelitos, guava fruit pastelitos.
That sounds amazing.
They always have
Made by mom.
out front of the counter. They have samples of these pastries that the mom makes all the time. So that's another little thing that's very specific to this restaurant.
I'm concerned about mom, though. Does she really hate
She doesn't
it?
like
And
it.
They make her do it? Mom.
She loves it.
It sounds like a family affair.
It is a family affair. It's run by this one family.
Oh, man.
No.
I don't know. Apparently, I have
I'm
not
drawing
been
a-
spending
Should know,
enough
though.
time in
Yes,
Soulard.
right.
Yeah, I'm drawing a
I mean,
blank.
there's a city in Florida in the title.
Oh, gosh. Anyone?
No,
Miami
No.
something.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's it.
That's
That's the
throwing it out.
city.
I was going South Florida. So
Just put another word in front of it.
Cafe Miami.
That's
it. We can get like half credit for that, right?
Yeah, okay.
We'll
You got
share
it.
credit.
You got it. It's right on 12th
Okay.
at Russell. It's been open for a couple years, and it is really good. The coffees are good. The sandwiches, so they have breakfast sandwich things, but they also serve more lunch items since they're open till 2. And that's
Do they
Robbie
have Cuban
Peterson.
sandwiches?
Hmm?
Do they serve Cuban
Oh, yeah.
sandwiches?
Yeah.
Okay.
Everything's Cuban
I
flair.
love a good Cuban
seriously,
sandwich.
me too.
They have variations on that too that are very good.
Wow.
So it's not just a Cuban sandwich. There are other things that are variations off of that. And the breakfast sandwiches are pretty you've got your sausage, egg, and cheese type thing. They do a New York double cheese sub sandwich, which is also very good. They have a lot of cool items.
Field trip.
But yeah, seriously, it's right there.
It's not far from here.
Not far. Anyway.
All right, Cafe Miami.
Yep.
I'm sold.
Me too.
When will we learn more?
Sunday morning, 8:20 and 9:20.
It's a story that garnered a lot of attention in December of 2023. I'm Maria Keenan with the latest from the court about Bar PM.
It's now 7:27. This time check is sponsored by Jerry Kelley Heating, Air Conditioning, Electrical, and Plumbing.
It's time for a $98 furnace tune-up.
Let me tell you about this new pretzel cheddar club. Hey, I'm Carlos.
And I'm Ebony. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club
is the tangy Dijon with the pretzel bun. It takes it to a whole nother level.
It goes perfectly with the chicken and the cheddar cheese and the bacon.
Man, you know how much you love bacon. And I love the different varieties. Grilled, spicy, original. It gets you nice and excited for fall.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
An important message from SNL Coins. SNL Coins pays top dollar for your gold and silver coins, old currency, gold-filled jewelry, scrap gold and silver, silver plating, gold and silver bullion. Get a quote with a call to SNL at 544-3600. SNL Coins, 544-3600. Or visit SNL Coins at 9300 Gravois, just east of McKenzie. Open 9 to 5 Monday through Friday, 9 to 4 Saturday. Before you sell, call SNL 544-3600.
At 7:30, we have clear skies, 40 degrees downtown at the Arch. I'm Megan Lynch.
I'm Debbie Monterrey, and this is Roger Brand. He's in the Overhead Door Company of St. Louis Traffic Center.
Well, we're getting close to the peak rush hour time, but on a Friday morning, it's not much to be concerned about, that's for sure. Northbound 55, a little slow into 67, and a little heavy traffic still north of Bayless, headed up to River to Pear. If you're on North 270, the right lane's a little slow with the merge on traffic at Gravois. And start to see a little more consistent slowdown approaching Manchester, headed up to Clayton Road, South 270, right as you approach 64 in that split lane shift there. It's getting a little slow as well. Out west, we still look great. Eastbound 70, 64 coming in from Wentzville. Across the Missouri River bridges, no delays there. Downtown, looks like we have a train crossing Route 3 at Monsanto. You're jammed back to about Queenie, and southbound Route 3 is backed up at about 8th Street. That's the only delays on the Illinois major roadways, though. Interstates still look great, wide open across the Poplar and the Mutual Veterans. Next update at 7:40 from the Overhead Door Company of St. Louis Traffic Center.
Sunny to partly cloudy, a dry evening for your trick-or-treating tonight. A high of 62 today with a low of 42 tonight. And then tomorrow, chilly with a mix of clouds and sun. A passing shower possible in the afternoon and evening, a high of 53. We have 41 degrees in Florissant, 38 in St. Peters, 40 downtown at the Arch.
The owner of Bar PM, Chad Morris, had a pretrial hearing, still trying to get evidence from the St. Louis Police Department.
Evidence that dates back to December 18th, 2023, the night a marked St. Louis police SUV crashed into Bar PM in South City. Morris was later charged with 4th-degree assault of a police officer and resisting arrest. Yesterday, Morris was back in court.
It sounds good. We're happy that
the judge is considering the dismissal.
The Morris defense team is still waiting for text messages from police on the night the incident happened. Maria Aquina, KMOX News.
A 21-year-old man turned himself into St. Louis police yesterday in connection with the death of a 2-year-old boy. On Monday, St. Louis City Police received 2 calls about an unresponsive child named Breon Wells. The first call was from the Mark Twain neighborhood on Thekla. The other was in the area of I-70 and St. Louis Avenue. An ambulance took the boy to the hospital where he was pronounced dead. The medical examiner's report shows the child was strangled and had other injuries consistent with sexual abuse. The circuit attorney's office is looking into charges.
A woman is in custody charged with stabbing a couple on the Metro bus Monday afternoon. 31-year-old Michael Phillips is facing 2 counts of assault. She allegedly got on the bus at Arsenal and Jefferson, walked to the back of that bus, stabbed a pregnant woman and her boyfriend, then got off the bus at Arsenal in Minnesota. The victims have non-life-threatening injuries.
Missouri is stepping in to help feed vulnerable residents as federal aid stalls.
Governor Mike Kehoe announced Wednesday that Missouri is speeding up state funding for food assistance due to the ongoing federal government shutdown. With November SNAP benefits unavailable until federal operations resume, the state is transferring $10.6 million to area agencies on aging to support senior meal programs. Kehoe also approved an early $5 million distribution to Missouri food banks, using temporary assistance for needy families funds to meet increased demand. He says these steps will help support vulnerable Missourians during the disruption. Matt Pilger, Missouri Net.
The news is sponsored by Michael's Flooring Outlet, the flooring experts, michaelsflooringoutlet.com. We've got your Money Minute from Bloomberg coming up next. It's 5:34.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose, but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
It's now 7:35. It's time for your Money Report. It's sponsored by Busey Bank.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Taylor Swift continues to be a moneymaker as Universal Music Group reported revenue from physical sales jumped 23%, driven by initial shipments of Swift's The Lifeless Showgirl album. Subscription revenue beat analyst estimates, growing 8.7% on a constant currency basis in the third quarter. Universal Music's shares rose 2.2% at market open on Friday after the company reported total revenue rose 10%. Netflix has approved a 10-for-1 stock split to make its share price more accessible for employees who participate in the company's stock option program. It's the third split for the streaming giant since 2004. Netflix shares closed at $1,089 on Thursday. The stock is just one of 10 in the S&P 500 index that's valued at $1,000 or more per share. YouTube TV has lost channels like ESPN starting today after failing to strike a new licensing agreement with Walt Disney. Both sides have expressed a willingness to come to terms. Dan Schwartzman, Bloomberg Radio.
This is the take care of my family goal. This is the enjoy the life I've built goal. This is the set up a foundation goal. This is Busey, where your goals become lasting legacies. Through bespoke plans that maximize your wealth, through partnerships that give you peace of mind. Because building wealth, tending to it, and passing it down secures a brighter future. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Missouri can count on.
Ready for instant curb appeal that comes with a 25-year transferable warranty? Call Rhino Shield today. We do brick, block, stucco, asbestos, aluminum, steel, cedar, and more. Over the past 20 years, we've done thousands of homes, businesses, churches, schools, condos, parking garages, large metal buildings, and strip malls, from Champaign to the Lake of the Ozarks. We do flat and sloped metal roofs to extend their lives too. Proud to be veteran-owned and manufactured in the good old USA, so we're tariff-free. We're exceeding expectations every day. Evaluations are free. A+ rated with the BBB and a lot of 5-star Google reviews. Call 877-25-RHINO, 877-25-RHINO, or 877-25rhino.com. See what we did there? Genius. Tell them, ladies.
Don't paint, don't Rhino, go Rhino Shield. Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
It's the Medicare Advantage annual enrollment period, and Humana knows not everyone has the same needs when picking a Medicare Advantage plan.
Now that I'm retired, I want to enjoy the life I've worked hard to build. So I want a plan that covers me when I'm traveling the country.
Humana has a plan for that.
As a veteran, I want a plan that fills in the gaps my VA coverage doesn't provide, like dental care.
Humana has a plan for that.
I feel good about my health. I just want care and coverage with predictable costs. No surprises.
Humana has a plan for that. With a Humana Medicare Advantage plan, you get coverage and benefits that focus on what matters most to you. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Renewal by Andersen is the #1 window and door brand for customer service. Schedule your free inspection today. Just dial pound 250 on your phone and say the keyword windows. That's pound 250 keyword windows, or head to rbastl.com.
Hey Dave, it's Tamara, the flavor temptress, and your good friend from Clementine's Ice Cream. I just wanted to say congratulations on 25 years. Not only are you the sexiest man in daytime radio, but you're probably the only man with the best looking feet. Here's to the next 25. Cheers to you, my friend.
Sunday, the Chiefs are back in action as they face the Bills in Buffalo.
Siteman Cancer Center game time, 2 p.m. Siteman Cancer Center, national leaders in cancer.
The Chiefs, the Bills, on your home for Chiefs football, KMOX.
It is now 7:40 and time for us to get you updated on traffic and weather. Roger Brand is joining us from the Overhead Door Company of St. Louis Traffic Center.
Well, we got an easy going Friday morning so far, Debbie, at the heart of the rush hour, and it still doesn't look terrible, not at all by comparison to most mornings. Northbound 55, a little slow at 67, a little busy north of Bayless up to River to Pear. If you're on northbound 270, north of Gravel, headed up toward 44, slow. North of Doherty Ferry up through Clayton Road, a little busy. South 270, south of Olive down to 64 is kind of slow. They're reporting a crash northbound 170 at 70. I can't see it. They're calling out EMS, though, so just be prepared. You may find a little delay, but right now there's no delay through there. Southbound 270, the right lane's a little busy coming through the Rock Road as well. If you're on the Illinois side, there's a little volume here as well. It's finally a little bit of a slowdown westbound on the Poplar Street Bridge, and we still have some delays on Route 3. Not as bad, but it's still heavy coming up through Queenie and Monsanto. Runs all the way up through 8th Street. We had a train crossing. There were jams both directions earlier, but now, like I said, it's basically just a northbound slowdown at that point. Next update at 7:50 from the Overhead Door Company of St. Louis Traffic Center.
Well, the trick-or-treaters and their parents will be happy to hear that it's going to be a nice evening for Halloween. Let's get the latest on the forecast from AccuWeather's Joe Lundberg.
And Megan, it is going to be a nice evening after a nice day today. It's chilly this morning, but with sunshine, we'll warm up nicely today to a high of 62. There'll start to be some high clouds showing up this afternoon, and there'll be enough of a breeze that it'll feel a little cool this evening than the actual temperature. When you're going out this evening, it's probably like 55, 56 degrees, and it'll feel like it's in the upper 40s. And then overnight tonight, mostly cloudy down to about 42. Clouds will limit sun tomorrow. A chilly start to the weekend. It might even be a shower for the afternoon and evening hours, the high 53. Back to sunshine Sunday, the high 56. Then some warmer weather the first part of next week. The sunshine will get up to 64 Monday, maybe 67 on Tuesday. Currently 38 at St. Peter's, 40 in Florissant, clear, and 43 downtown at the Arch. From the Saliga Heating and Cooling Weather Desk, I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Joe Lundberg on 104.1 FM KMOX.
I'm Joe Pott. The Blues playing Vancouver last night, trying to shake this losing streak. And it's Game 6 of the World Series tonight. I've got details on both coming up in sports.
It is 7:42, and the new Safari Zoo opening in Spanish Lake has taken a significant step towards opening.
What we're doing is showcasing an historic moment for Wildcare Park.
The zoo is celebrating the arrival of their iconic animals that will anchor their new safari, white rhinos and giraffes. Wildcare Park Director Sabaris George is excited.
We were able to bring in 5 rhinos, and we have 2 giraffes. And I tell you, when you get close to these animals, you really see how massive they are. The giraffes, 12 feet tall already.
General Curator Martha Fisher says they have a long list of other animals that will be joining them.
Now, in the end of the year, we'll receive 4 more giraffes, and we will receive probably about 40 other animals, other species coming in, 40 other individual animals coming in.
Fisher says a fun fact about the African safari animals coming in, they're naturally accustomed to handle St. Louis's winter weather.
Everybody is surprised that African animals will be comfortable in St. Louis weather because they think of Africa as only being hot all the time, 365 days a year. But in fact, some of the animals that we're going to have here from Africa are actually quite cold hardy. In the winter, they actually do really well during our winters, and they actually do really well during our hot, awful summers as well. So they have a very broad range of climate that they can thrive in. And I think that's always surprising to folks.
So what work needs to be done ahead of opening? First, there's the remaining construction. Outside of the Safari's Veterinary Center, most of the animal-facing infrastructure is complete. That leaves the human-facing work.
11-story observation tower. As it rotates on a clear day, you'll be able to see back to the city of St. Louis and also the confluence of the Mississippi and Missouri River. Of course, I mentioned earlier that we will have an event center. And one of the highlights that we are really going to be proud of is going to be our zoo museum.
However, after the animals are released into their open range safaris, they need to be trained to expect and not be spooked by visiting humans.
Get them in 26 to drive the vehicles through the habitats and make them have noises and all the things that you could possibly hear when people are basically in your house to make sure they're comfortable. And so we get a lot of opportunity to practice.
You kind of have to train them to be used to vehicles driving through. Correct. And noises.
Correct.
George believes the safari could be a Midwest destination.
It's going to be a destination because we're connected to 8 different states, and people will make that conscious decision to come here and visit not only us, but they'll also visit our Forest Park campus too.
George says they are on budget and on time. Wildcare Park Safari is on track to open in 2027. Sean Malone, KMOX News.
The Stan Musial Lifetime Achievement Award for Sportsmanship this year goes to Olympic figure skating champ Kristi Yamaguchi. The Musial Award for Extraordinary Character to Jen Powell, first woman to umpire a Major League Baseball game. The Musial Awards will be held November 22nd at Stifel Theater.
Blues in Vancouver last night at Enterprise Center. Blues twice took the lead, only to have the Canucks tie the game. Vancouver then took the lead before the Blues tied the game in the third. It could have been a 4-3 game, but the Blues challenged a Vancouver goal that would have given the Canucks that late lead. The goal was overturned. It stayed 3-3, and the game went into overtime and then into a shootout. Neither team scores in the first 2 rounds. Braden Shin didn't get a shot off in the third round, and the Canucks had this one in the bag.
Jake DeBrusk played for Jim Montgomery in Boston, trying to win it for Vancouver. In on Bennington, shoots, scores, Vancouver wins in the shootout.
4-3 the final in the shootout. Kiefer Sherwood with the hat trick for the Canucks. The Blues outshot the Canucks 39-18 last night. And after the game, head coach Jim Montgomery was asked if the Blues should win a game like that.
Yes, usually. And not because of the shot clock. We're not a real shot on goal evaluators as a staff. But we had a lot of point blank shots. We had a lot of traffic going to the net. We created a lot of chaos offensively. But, Vancouver did a good job of hanging around and then they got the lead a couple of times. I love the way we fought back. We did like some of the goals that we gave up. Like, we got to be smarter. We got to continue to build in the right way. We did build tonight. It's a step in the right direction. We need to win that game. It's that simple.
Blues are on the road tomorrow. They'll face Columbus. The Blue Jackets are 6th in the Metropolitan Division with 12 points. Puck drops at 6 o'clock. Blue Jays have a chance to wrap up the World Series tonight. It would be their first title in 32 years. Game 6 at Rogers Center is this evening. The Dodgers give the ball to Yoshinobu Yamamoto, who has been dominant in the postseason. He's coming off of back-to-back complete games, a 3-hitter against the Brewers in the NLCS, a 4-hit complete game against the Jays in Game 2 of this series. Kevin Gausman, the right-hander, goes for the Blue Jays. He's 2-2 with a 2.55 ERA this postseason, and he was the losing pitcher in that Game 2 matchup with Yamamoto. He tossed 6 scoreless innings of his own. First pitch tonight is 7 o'clock Central. College football tomorrow, it's Illinois taking on Rutgers. It's an 11 a.m. kick in Champaign. The Illini are 5-3. Rutgers is 4-4, and Mizzou has the week off this week before Texas A&M comes to town next week. I'm Joe Pott on your home of the Cardinals, 104.1 FM, KMOX.
For 25 years, the Warner's Warm-Up Coat Drive has been a dependable resource for impoverished men, women, and children in the bi-state. Together Credit Union is proud to team up with the Kurt Warner First Things First Foundation and Operation Food Search for the 25th Annual Warner's Warm-Up Coat Drive. From October 20th to November 2nd, new and gently used winter clothes of all sizes will be collected at all 14 Together Credit Union locations to help keep our neighbors warm during the cold winter months. For more information and a full list of donation locations, visit kurtwarner.org.
Taking care of your health should be simple. And with the Neovitin monthly subscription, it finally is. Choose your doctor-formulated multivitamin and we'll deliver it straight to your door every month. No more running out, no more remembering to reorder, just consistent nutrition made easy. Plus, subscribers save 10% every month and can pause or cancel at any time. Visit neovitin.com and start your subscription today. Neovitin, trusted nutrition every day.
I dared Archwell Health to keep track of my vitals and my grandkids' names.
I dared Archwell Health to simplify my prescriptions, so Max and I have more time to play. Good boy.
And I dared Archwell Health to be closer than my neighborhood coffee shop.
Our members dared us to do more as a primary care provider for adults age 60 and up. So we made it our mission. Visit archwellhealth.com and become a member today. Archwell Health. We dare to care.
The DGS Halloween show is back, and you can hear it first on Friday, October 31st, starting at 4 p.m. Hear all about their ghost hunting experience and all the thrills and chills the show experienced this year. And to check out the ghost adventures from the past 20 years, head to KMOX.com/Halloween. The DGS Halloween Show, presented by Lore Wine and Spirits. Try Ghost Tequila today, the perfect spicy spirit to bring your Halloween celebrations to the next level.
Total Information AM. The news continues on 104.1 FM KMOX.
Let's get a check of the roads now at 7:50. Roger Brand is in the Overhead Door Company of St. Louis Traffic Center.
Well, Megan, I've got a view now of the only trouble spot we have, and that's that crash I mentioned in the last report, northbound 170 at Highway 70, an injury crash. The right lane or right center lane, only one lane's getting through. It's hard for me to tell, but it's to the right side, just one lane of traffic getting through north 170 and 70. Traffic's jammed back to Natural Bridge. If you want to go to the airport, you probably want to take that first West 70 exit. It looks like it's moving better than sitting through that jam to get to the second exit if you're headed to the airport right now. Southbound 170, a little busy at Brentwood. Northbound 270, slow stuff. Both sides of Tesson Ferry, north of Doherty Ferry to Clayton Road. South 270, south of Olive de Ladue. That's a little busy. Some volume on eastbound Highway 70, briefly at Cave Springs. Eastbound 64, coming through Timberlake. It opens up before you get to 141. Still looks great, believe it or not, both ways on 64 around 170. Northbound 55, still slow at 67. And just a little busy right around Weber to River to Pear, really. Westbound 64, pretty well thinned out at the Poplar. Northbound Route 3, backed up 8th Street, getting up to the bridge, however. Next update at 7:58 from the Overhead Door Company of St. Louis Traffic Center.
Today, sunny to partly cloudy and a high of 62 degrees. It should be pretty nice for trick-or-treating, dry and not too cold. And then tomorrow we could see a passing shower in the afternoon or evening, but that's it for precipitation in this 5-day forecast. It's 42 degrees right now.
The news continues at 7:52. Newly named interim Sheriff John Hayden says he's committed to transporting detainees in need of medical care. The former St. Louis police chief also says he'd run for city sheriff permanently if there's a special election.
City officials say they'll fast-track a trio of bills to address struggles facing the homeless ahead of winter. They allocate RAM settlement money and a budget surplus to increase the city's shelter bed capacity, warming buses, and other efforts. A homeless woman froze to death outside City Hall last winter.
A new COVID variant nicknamed razor blade throat is making its way through Missouri. It appears to be living up to its name. While it's not more severe than previous strains, it's causing discomfort for many.
One of St. Louis's biggest companies making a big donation to help police. Anheuser-Busch is giving $100,000 to the St. Louis Police Foundation and Backstoppers. The company is also donating 500 free tickets to local first responders for the upcoming Guns N' Hoses event November 26th.
President Trump wants Senate Republicans to get rid of the filibuster to bypass Democrats and reopen the federal government. CBS News White House correspondent Ed O'Keefe reports it's a step some Republicans are reluctant to take.
Not enough of them would do that today, and it's telling that the president posted this last night after they left town for the weekend. So it allows this concept of trying to do so to fester through the weekend and maybe build up steam, at least on the far right and in his base.
SNAP food assistance set to stop flowing tomorrow, leaving 42 million Americans without access to benefits. Several senators say the freeze could increase pressure on both sides to reach a deal.
A contract dispute upends some service on YouTube TV.
Just before midnight Eastern Time, TV channels owned by Disney, including ABC and ESPN, went dark on the YouTube TV platform in a contract dispute.
We out of here at 12:30, Kenny. The first night, too.
So no banter on Inside the NBA on ESPN for those people. YouTube claims Disney used the blackout threat to push for higher prices, benefiting its own streaming services like Hulu Plus. Subscribers will receive a $20 credit if Disney content remains unavailable for a long time. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
One of the most iconic rock anthems in music history turns the big 5-0 today.
On this day in 1975, Queen released Bohemian Rhapsody. It was way more than just a song. Freddie Mercury said it was actually 3 different tunes he'd written and compiled together into one epic, almost 6-minute operatic masterpiece. It topped the UK singles charts for 9 weeks and launched the band into global superstardom. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
It's showtime.
A tiny town in Vermont has attracted Beetlejuice fans eager to visit the film's iconic locations. This has been going on for nearly 40 years. East Corinth, with a population of 1,500, has become a hotspot for spooky-themed road trips. The original Beetlejuice, released in 1988, was set in a fictional Connecticut town, but filmed in East Corinth.
Director Tim Burton chose the town for its unique charm. Local resident Sarah Pauly recalls the excitement and surprise when the film came out. Burton returned to film the sequel, drawing even more tourists. Fans from around the world visit, and a walking tour highlights the movie's filming locations.
It is 7:55. This is Total Information AM.
More and more now I'm hearing when all my customers that are calling and setting up appointments for looking at different types of furnace and air conditioners, they're calling in because of all the years that I've said there is a common sense approach, and they want to see what that is. Well over 95% of the people are very happy that they did call me. I'm not saying that they purchased anything from me, but they're extremely happy that they did call me. It's not being cheaper. It's being explained in such a way to where they can make an honest decision for themselves and their family and what's best for their pocketbook. When you start getting prices for any furnace and air conditioners, call me. It's one easy number, Missouri and Illinois. Again, Missouri and Illinois, 314-293-2600. Again, that's 314-293-2600. Or on the internet, it is bartinman.com. That's Bart with a B, Inman with an I.com. God bless.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Glover here for my friends at Cantor Injury Law. Cantor is local, and we're here doing the work every day. We're right here in St. Louis, and we're ready to fight for you. CantorInjuryLaw.com or call 314-628-9999.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be solely based on advertisements.
Retiring soon? Get the information you need by joining Kyle Jones and Matt Allgeier of Fire Capital Management for your retirement highway, Sunday mornings at 9:30. Investment advisory services made available through Pine Ridge Advisors, LLC, a registered investment advisor. Securities made available through AE Financial Services, LLC, member FINRA and SIPC.
Oh, let's see how things are going on the roads this morning. Roger Brand is in the Overhead Door Company of St. Louis Traffic Center.
Well, Megan, we still got our trouble spot on northbound 170 at Highway 70. Injury crash. Left lanes are blocked. It looks like just the right lane is sneaking by. Northbound 170 at 70. So, again, if you need to get to the airport, you probably want to take that first airport exit, that first left-hand exit. That traffic moves, a little bit better. Obviously, you can get to that exit before you have to get past the crash. Although all lanes are bumper to bumper right now on northbound 170 back at Natural Bridge. Eastbound Highway 64, that's just a little slow right now. East of approaching Timberlake and then just east of McKnight to the Interbelt. Northbound 270, a little busy north of Gravois, a little heavy right around Clayton Road. South 270, a more consistent slowdown from Olive most of the way down to 64. Northbound 55, a little busy at 67. It's thinned out north of Bayless. Next update at 8:10 from the Overhead Door Company of St. Louis Traffic Center.
All right, it is Friday, October 31st. I'm Debbie Monterrey.
I'm Maria Keaton with an update on the case against a South St. Louis bar owner after a police car slammed into its business nearly 2 years ago.
I'm Megan Lynch.
I'm Sean Malone. I've got an update on the new Wild Park Safari Zoo opening in Spanish Lake. Hear that coming up.
KMOX's Stuart McMillan tells us about a creepy new short film being made in St. Louis by a Webster grad.
Have you ever heard of the urban legend, the Bobbleheads?
Some of your favorite TV puppets going on sale in a once-in-a-lifetime auction over the next month.
This is AccuWeather meteorologist Joe Lundberg. Sunshine today mixing with some cloud later this afternoon, our high reaching 62.
And time is running out for SNAP benefits, the latest from CBS News.
News, talk, cards. KMOX AM St. Louis. KMOX FM Hazelwood. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. The government shutdown is 31 days old now. SNAP food benefits expire tomorrow. And President Trump is urging Republicans to, quote, go nuclear, get rid of the filibuster, to bypass Democrats and end it. CBS's Ed O'Keefe is at the White House.
This is the most substantive engagement we've seen from the president on the issue of whether or not and how to reopen the federal government in days. He's been in Asia. He's been focused on that. He's been quite removed on purpose from trying to figure out a way to reopen the government. And so for him to just do this and suggest that you just got to move the goalposts is certainly one way to engage, but ultimately not going to be what uncorks the impasse between the two sides.
Many Americans will be lining up for free groceries. Catherine D'Amato is with the Greater Boston Food Bank.
We're hearing that families are already gearing up and asking and coming to pantries, anywhere from 100 to 300 more folks showing up seeking food assistance. We are getting a lot of calls from individuals uncertain where to go.
The UN Human Rights Commission is condemning the growing number of U.S. strikes on alleged drug smuggling boats off South America. The panel's Ravina Shamdasani Asani.
Over 60 people have reportedly been killed in a continuing series of attacks carried out by U.S. armed forces against boats in the Caribbean and the Pacific since early September, in circumstances that the UN Human Rights Chief says find no justification in international law.
The Wall Street Journal reports the administration is considering strikes on targets inside Venezuela. The Kennedy Center's been struggling since the president took over operations.
Trump assumed the center's chairmanship in February, saying it had become too woke. The Washington Post reports 9 months later, ticket sales for National Symphony Orchestra programs, touring Broadway musicals, and dance performances are the worst they've been in years. Since September, only 57% of tickets have been sold for a typical production. Last fall, 93% of tickets were sold. A former president of the Kennedy Center tells the Post fewer people in the seats could lead to fewer donations. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
It's moving day for the British royal, formerly known as Prince Andrew, after his brother King Charles stripped him of his titles and booted him from Royal Lodge over his association with the late convicted pedophile Jeffrey Epstein. The BBC's Alex Dunlop says Andrew will move to what the palace calls an alternate accommodation.
The king is the landowner here, and because it's a private state, it's owned by the royal family. It's not a royal residence, which means that effectively the king will pick up the tab for Andrew's accommodation here, not the taxpayer.
Dow futures are up 53. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Take the next step forward in your career with great benefits and an award-winning workplace. Apply at careers.progressive.com.
At 8:03, we have sunny skies, 40 degrees downtown at the Arch. Today is Friday, October 31st. I'm Megan Lynch. Illinois advocates filing suit today against federal authorities over what they are alleging are inhumane and torturous conditions at a Chicago area federal immigration facility. Attorneys with the ACLU of Illinois and the MacArthur Justice Center say U.S. immigration and customs enforcement agents have denied people being held at the Broadview facility private calls with attorneys and have blocked faith leaders and journalists from entering the building. The lawsuit also claims detainees have been denied food, medical care, and basic necessities. Newly named interim Sheriff John Hayden was introduced at a press conference yesterday. The former St. Louis City Police Chief is committed to transporting detainees in need of medical care, something Alfred Montgomery failed to do more than 60 times during his 7 months in office.
I'm committed myself to that. I'd say that is the expectation that we had when I was police chief. That's something that's always occurred. And so I intend to do my best to make sure that that continues to happen.
Hayden also said he would throw his hat in the ring to remain sheriff permanently if there's a special election. This December 18th will mark 2 years since a St. Louis police SUV slammed into Bar PM in South St. Louis.
On Wednesday, owner Chad Morris had a pretrial hearing. He's hoping to get charges dropped after he was charged with fourth-degree assault of a police officer and resisting arrest. That was after the incident happened on December 18th. Morris tells KMOX they are hoping the judge dismisses all the charges.
We hope that she will go with that, but this has been a very, very long 2 years.
Morris's attorney is still waiting for key evidence from St. Louis police, evidence that includes text messages between police. Maria Aquina, KMOX News.
The city of St. Louis fast-tracking 3 bills for the homeless ahead of the winter months. Mayor Kara Spencer says more than $13 million will go to help tornado victims and others who are without a home.
At least 200 new beds as a part of this package. As well, we are targeting of having shelter space for 1,000 people that are impacted by the tornado.
Spencer says warming buses will be making a return this winter. A supplemental nutrition program for Missouri women, infants, and children will be available next month despite the federal government shutdown.
Missouri's Department of Health and Senior Services, which manages the federally funded WIC program, says before the shutdown, they made some cost-saving adjustments to available items to stretch the program further during the shutdown. Officials encouraged the tens of thousands of WIC beneficiaries in Missouri to attend appointments and redeem benefits using their WIC cards until further notice. The state will notify retailers and participants if the redemption needs to be paused. Sue Danielson, Missouri Net.
The St. Louis Zoo's expansion in Spanish Lake celebrating the arrival of their leading animals.
The anchor animals have arrived at the 425-acre safari as they get closer to their 2027 opening. Wildcare Park Director Sabaris George.
We were able to bring in 5 rhinos, and we have 2 giraffes. And I tell you, when you get close to these animals, you really see how massive they are. The giraffes, 12 feet tall already.
General Curator Martha Fisher says they have a long list of other animals that will be joining them.
Now, in the end of the year, we'll receive 4 more giraffes, and we will receive probably about 40 other animals, other species coming in, 40 other individual animals coming in.
George says they are on budget and on track to open in 2027 on time. Sean Malone, KMOX News.
Need some advice on how to keep your little ghosts and goblins safe tonight when they go trick-or-treating? Well, KMOX health editor Fred Bottomer has more.
Dr. Tiffany Osborne is a WashU emergency medicine and critical care physician at Barnes Jewish Hospital. Her first tip is to be safe on the streets.
Pedestrian injuries spike on Halloween, and according to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, this is a significant number of injuries. So when trick-or-treating, stick to sidewalks and crosswalks, use flashlights and reflective gear, and walk in groups. Stay in familiar neighborhoods and only visit homes that have their lights on.
Other tips include only let your kids use specially designed knives to carve a pumpkin. Avoid candy with choking hazards or allergy risks. Don't let them wear masks that obscure their vision, and choose costumes that fit properly so they don't become a tripping hazard. Fred Bottomer, KMOX News.
From the business desk, sponsored by Krentz Financial Group, KFGadvisors.com, the old Mavracos Candy Factory in Fountain Park is getting a new life. Sarah Stock of Stock Legal has purchased the Del Mar property with plans to create an $8 million mixed-use development with retail, restaurant space, law offices, and a gym. That's reported by the Business Journal. Mavracos Candy Company was once the area's largest chocolate company, the brand now owned by Chocolate. The factory was built in 1926. It's 8:08, traffic and weather in 2 minutes.
Some people spend more time planning their weekend barbecue than their retirement. And hey, I love barbecue, but ribs won't pay your bills at 85. I'm Gary Goldberg, the founder of Financial and Tax Strategies. I'll help you retire younger, richer, and with less anxiety. Give me a call, 800-966-1690, or visit us at checkwithgary.com before you burn through more than just your burgers.
Investment advisory services offered through Centaurus Financial, Inc., an FFC registered investment advisor.
This November, the St. Louis Symphony Orchestra presents Benjamin Britten's War Requiem, a powerful, haunting piece that reflects on war and peace across generations. Led by music director Stéphane Denève, the SLSO and St. Louis Symphony Chorus are joined by world-renowned vocalists and the St. Louis Children's Choirs. November 7th and 9th. Tickets at slso.org.
I met my wife in law school at the University of Florida. She was from upstate New York and I was from Kentucky. We met at a daily mass at St. Augustine's. She was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen in my life. After communion, I followed her out of the church and got her phone number. The rest is history. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Little did we know that one day we would have 4 children and the largest injury firm in the world. All 4 work in the business. It's a family business. Did I ever see this coming? Hell no. We just worked very hard and treated our clients like we would want to be treated, like family. It's a full-service injury firm, auto accidents, medical malpractice, workers' compensation, Social Security, and insurance disputes. We're open 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit forthepeople.com and we can get to work on your case. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This hour of Total Information AM is sponsored by Gamma Tree Experts. Total Information AM on 104.1 FM, KMOX.
8:10. Let's see what's happening on the roads with Roger Brand and the Overhead Door Company of St. Louis Traffic Center.
Well, we're doing all right with one exception, Megan. If you're on northbound 170, we still have this injury crash northbound 170 at 70. It looks like they've got another lane open. The left lane is still shut down, north 170 at 70. It's still jammed back to about Natural Bridge, so just be prepared if you're northbound in the area. Southbound drivers, it's not bothering you because you're split up there when you come through 70, so I don't even think you can see it from the southbound side, which is great, obviously. If you're on northbound 55, barely a slowdown at 67 north of there. You're in the clear. North 270, again, the right lane's just a little busy. Passing Clayton Road, no big deal there. Eastbound 70 and 64 out west coming in from Wentzville look fine. Downtown, we're still good to go. Westbound across the Poplar, Musial Veterans Bridges, and Route 3 is completely thinned out from the earlier train that was crossing there. Next update at 8:20 from the Overhead Door Company of St. Louis Traffic Center.
Sunshine today, mixing with some clouds this afternoon, or high 62. It'll turn mostly cloudy tonight, though 42. Chilly day tomorrow with clouds limiting sunshine. There may be a brief shower or two in the afternoon and evening. Tomorrow's high 53. Sunday, sunshine returns. Still quite cool, high 56. From the Saliga Heating and Cooling Weather Desk, I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Joe Lundberg on 104.1 FM KMOX.
We have sunny skies now, 40 degrees downtown at the Arch. Thanks for listening to Total Information AM on KMOX. I'm Megan Lynch. A new report on identity theft reveals the psychological impact of this crime. Joining me now, Eva Velasquez, CEO of the Identity Theft Resource Center. Thanks for your time this morning.
Happy to be here, Megan.
I know you do a lot of reports on these crimes, and your organization asked these victims of identity theft about their mental well-being. I'm really curious to hear what they told you.
Well, we've been doing this report for 22 years, and we've always gone much deeper than how much time did you spend and how much money did you lose. So we ask, what were the emotions? What physical impacts did you have? What were the long-term life impacts? And unfortunately, we're seeing these emotional impacts continue to get even more and more severe. So when people tell us they feel violated, they feel vulnerable, they feel like they can't trust anyone, what really took my breath away was the rates of reported considering self-harm. So people feeling suicidal. For the ITRC victims, so those are people that called us and sought assistance from us in the previous year, that rate was 14.4%. And for general consumers who didn't get help, didn't necessarily have a resource, for those that self-identified as a victim, it was 67%. People are thinking that the only way to resolve this issue is to end their life. That's devastating.
Give us a sense of the loss of control for someone who has had their identity stolen.
Well, I think what ends up happening for a lot of folks is that they are just going along with their life, and then they're trying to move forward in some way. Maybe they're applying for a new credit card. Maybe they are trying to get a mortgage loan. Young people, students, applying for student aid. And they are unable to take that action because they find out someone else has already done this, or someone else has been acting in their name and has either destroyed their credit or is already getting government benefits. And so it comes almost out of nowhere. And when a lot of people that I talk to say, well, I thought that there were guardrails in place to stop this. I thought there were protections in place to stop this from happening to me. And so when those processes and guardrails demonstrably fail, it really makes people think, well, what can I trust? Can I, engage in that digital transaction? Is that email real? It just really makes them trust nothing, which slows down the pace of their life. And it's all very confusing. And then when you add to that the recovery process is very time intensive and laborious, and so much of the onus is on the individual, then they've got this overwhelm. Not only can I not trust anything, but I have to do all of these steps and do all of these things just to recover what was already rightfully mine, my identity.
When we look at the financial loss that these victims experience, I'm kind of blown away by the amount of loss for some people.
Oh, you and me both. Look, I've been in this space for decades, and it used to be when I saw financial losses in the tens of thousands, it was staggering to me. And when I look at the 11% of ITRC victims that lost $1 million or more through some kind of identity crime, whether it was scams or fraud or an identity theft, it takes my breath away. I truly, it's almost hard to wrap your head around. But I also want to remind people that even when we're looking at these breathtaking numbers, we have to remember that some of these losses, even if it's less than $1,000, for some people that can be extremely devastating. We have to consider that the resources that someone has available to them to recover prior to being victimized plays a key role. And so if you don't have the resources to bridge $1,000 gap, it is going to impact your life
You alluded to the fact that you worked in a district attorney's office for decades. And so you know how difficult it is to prosecute these types of crimes. What does that alone do to victims if they feel like there's no closure or penalty for what's happened?
There's a couple things going on there. The first one being everybody wants justice. And so when you feel like someone has gotten away with this, it just feels wrong. Like there's no consequence to someone harming me. And people do want that sense of justice, but oftentimes it's hard to even locate the thief. We can't even do attribution and figure out who committed this crime, much less put together enough of a case to prosecute it and prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. But the other piece of that is when you don't know who did it, it becomes this nebulous shadow that's just hanging over you. I mean, think about that in terms of the physical world. When people have a break-in, a home burglary, or their space is violated, and I think that's something we can all relate to, you're very unsettled because you don't know who did it. You don't know when they're coming back. You rightfully so believe that they're still out on the streets and they can still do this again. Well, this crime victim population has all of those same feelings. So it's very disconcerting to feel like there's no justice, and I don't know, this person is still out there and they could do it again to me or to someone else.
I think what's really interesting too about your report, though, is that when it comes to people who are repeat victims, it looks like people who have gone through your organization have far less chance of being repeat victims than just general consumers out there. What do you think has led to that?
Well, our hope is that it's because our recovery services that include protection information is working. So when someone calls us for assistance, and it's direct one-on-one assistance, and it is at no cost to them because we are a charity organization, we not only give them the information to resolve the immediate issue, whatever it is they're dealing with, we then also provide them with information to not only shore up the vulnerabilities in that sector, that area where their victimization occurred, we also give them information about how to protect your identity in general, how to practice good cyber hygiene, good cybersecurity, all of those things that are intertwined.
What are the best ways that we can guard against identity theft? Give us some of those takeaways before we go.
First thing I want people to do is freeze their credit. If you haven't already done it, please do so. We have lots of information on our website. We partnered with a Frozen Pie. This is a free service. It's just a one-stop shop so you can freeze your credit on our website, gives you all of the information you need, and you can do it for your kids. So you can do it on their behalf and set them up so that's not a vulnerability for them. I also encourage people, look, it's all about passwords and good hygiene online with your accounts. So please use unique passwords across all of your accounts. I know it's hard. I know it's time consuming. Use password managers. And if you must, go ahead and write them down. But you got to do that old school. You have to do that on a piece of paper and put that in a secure location. But using the same easy password across all your accounts is a huge vulnerability for people. And the last thing I would tell people is to enable MFA. That's multi-factor authentication on all your accounts, not just the ones where it's mandatory, but look and see if it's available, if it's an option to you, and opt in. Look, the best thing to do is to use passkeys. They're not available everywhere, but where they are, absolutely use them, and then you don't have to worry about passwords and MFA. But until we move, strictly to passkeys, we've got to look at all three of those things.
Eva, thanks for taking time with our listeners today.
It was a pleasure to be here, and I'm happy to come back and answer more questions.
Fantastic. That is Eva Velasquez, CEO of the Identity Theft Resource Center, joining us here on KMOX. Let's check the roads again with Roger Brand in the Overhead Door Company of St. Louis Traffic Center.
Well, things look great, Megan. They're still out there working this crash on northbound 170. However, the left lane's still closed there, but volume is light enough that there's no delay going past, even though the left lane shut down. Everybody's just cruising on by, so it's no concern any longer there. The delays have diminished, and that's the only place we had a problem or delays really to speak of. Everything else fairly light, so even in the construction zones, things look great for you right now on both sides of the river. I'm not seeing any other issues at this time. Next update at 8:30 from the Overhead Door Company St. Louis Traffic Center.
Sunny to partly cloudy skies today. It looks like we're going to have a dry evening for those trick-or-treaters tonight. High of 62 degrees today, and then cloudy tonight with an overnight low of 42. Right now, sunshine 40 downtown at the Arch.
FanDuel, America's #1 sports book, coming to Missouri soon. December 1st. Finally, you'll be able to bet on all your favorite teams and all your favorite sports, and it could not come at a better time of year with football, basketball, hockey. It's all happening, and with FanDuel, tons of ways to get in on the action. You can bet on everything from the money line, over under, bet the spread, or look to the future. Maybe you know who the MVP is going to be or win coach of the year, or what team's going to win the championship. You can do that with FanDuel. Plus, with live betting, you can even pick what player is going to score the next touchdown and the one after that while the game is going on. Download the FanDuel app and get familiar with it, because the app will be live to use December in Missouri. You can see for yourself why FanDuel is America's #1 sportsbook. Visit FanDuel.com/Missouri to download the app. FanDuel, play your game. 21 and over and present in Missouri. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Debt payments keeping you up at night? Credit cards, medical bills, personal loans. If you owe more than $10,000 in unsecured debt, we can help you settle for less. At J.G. Wentworth, many clients cut their debt by up to 50% before fees, potentially saving thousands of dollars. Even if your credit is damaged, we can help. And remember, you don't pay us a dime unless we reduce your debt. Call 877-CASH-NOW. The call is free, the consultation is free, and the bigger your debt, the more we can help you save. Act now. If you owe $10,000 or more, call 877-CASH-NOW. That's 877-CASH-NOW. Call right now. Your path toward financial freedom starts today with J.G. Wentworth. 877-CASH-NOW. Results vary. Not all debts qualify. Debt resolution impacts credit and may increase what you owe. Average savings before fees, 43%, 25% after fees. J.G. Wentworth does not pay debts or provide legal, tax, or credit repair services.
Sponsored by Progressive. We make the claims process easy so you can get back on the road in no time. It's why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
You're back with Total Information AM on KMOX. I'm Megan Lynch. A short film being made locally about the St. Louis legend of the Bubbleheads and a mysterious fog from the 1950s.
You can change.
This is Stuart McMillan. I recently found Webster Grav Travis Houghton carrying several boxes of rats in and out of a reptile shop in South City. I was too curious to just walk on by without asking him what he was doing with all those boxes of rats. Quickly found out they were props for a movie he's making called Karatico.
It's about these group of friends who discovered this road, and it's actually a real road called Karatico Road in Florissant, Missouri. If you ever heard of the urban legend, the Bobbleheads.
The legend claimed a family of mutants with large, misshapen heads due to a secret government experiment lived in isolation on the secluded Karatico Road, attacking trespassers. Bit of a rite of passage for kids to go back there.
I went down that road when I was a teenager, and I didn't see anything personally, but we thought we saw something, but we didn't really see anything.
Travis is directing, writing, and producing his film Karatico, a play on words for what happened to be the real Karatico Road, and an inspiration to face his fears.
Rats, like humans, are one of the most resilient mammal species on the planet. And while they've long been maligned for their disease vector shenanigans, these unlovable scamps don't get the respect they deserve. So
I hate rats. I don't like rats, and rats scare me. So I decided.
I just saw you carrying like several boxes of rats. So explain.
Yeah. And I was so scared. But I had the rats. That honestly came in the story when I was thinking about the Cold War, when they basically, the spray that they sprayed that said like, oh, these was to kill insects, but really they was trying to kill black people. That was in like 1950s. So I implemented that into my story, and that opens up my actual short film.
in the 1950s. It's been documented that folks living in the Pruitt-Igoe neighborhood were sprayed with a thick fog from vehicles and rooftops. The U.S. Army admits to using zinc cadmium sulfide, a compound containing a known carcinogen. News Nation spoke with former residents of Pruitt-Igoe in September who are suffering from cancers. They believe the government is withholding proof that they were also sprayed with radiation as research for chemical warfare.
It was a lose-lose situation for us in Pruitt-Igoe. We were subjects.
They didn't ask for our permission. We didn't ask for them to spray us. My government used me like I was a guinea pig.
Director Travis Houghton is taking the themes from the fog over Pruitt-Igoe and the legend of the bubbleheads, putting them together to make Karatico.
Eventually trying to make a feature film out of it. So this is like the teaser for everybody to see, like, this is kind of what it's about. This is what the talents in St. Louis is really showing, and we just making it happen.
Travis told our Stuart McMillan that his crew filmed all the scenes in just 2 days. He has a website where he puts the latest updates on his work. It is a travisproduction.com. It's now 8:27. This time check sponsored by Jerry Kelley Heating, Air Conditioning, Electrical, and Plumbing.
It's time for a $98 furnace tune-up.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
In sports, it's the dream team. And if your car is out of warranty, there's a team for that as well. You, the driver, your mechanic, and Endurance to pay for the repair bills. I'm Danica Patrick. In the past 5 years, auto repair costs have gone up over 36%. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all. With an Endurance auto protection plan, no matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done by the certified mechanic of your choice. Plans cover 24/7 towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, and lockout services. Act now and get the benefits of our Elite Plan, a $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again. So call now for your free quote.
Call 800-290-0497. That's 800-290-0497. 800-290-0497.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
If you're still waiting for a sign, here's another one. At California Psychics, we reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work for us. So we only connect you with the best. That's how we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. If that's not a sign, I don't know what is. Dramatic sound effect incoming. Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Rhino Shield is engineered to outlast paint by a lot, backed with our 25-year transferable warranty. Paint a house, shield a home. We do brick, block, stucco, asbestos, steel, aluminum, cedar, and more. We are the only coating company selected by Disney, This Old House, and 3 times on HGTV's Curb Appeal, where all 3 episodes concentrate on unpainted brick. If you maintain or own a business with a tired-looking building, you owe it to yourself to look at Rhino Shield and our beautifully durable color schemes. Evaluations are free. We're making buildings pop and be noticed again, from Champaign to the Lake of the Ozarks, exceeding expectations every day with our products, people, and performance. Now is the time to call 877-25-RHINO, 877-25-RHINO, or go to 877-25rhino.com and see how honest and transparent we really are. Tell them, ladies.
Don't paint, don't Rhino, go Rhino Shield. Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
It's been a nice, quiet morning on the roads for you. Let's see if that's still the case with Roger Brand in the Overhead Door Company of St. Louis Traffic Center.
Yeah, things look good out there, Megan. It's pretty easy going. I think they finally completely cleared the crash northbound 170 at 70. I don't see the flashing lights in that left lane any longer. That's the only interstate issue we had. Things are in great shape other than that. They're working southbound 143 at Burm Highway. They have a lane closed, but again, I really don't see much in the way of delays there. It's supposed to work At some point this morning, they're supposed to start doing work on 255 both ways between the Route 3s, Dupo and Columbia. But again, right now, things are good for you there as they do in all the other work zones. There just aren't any slowdowns on the highways. Next update at 8:40 from the Overhead Door Company of St. Louis Traffic Center.
From the Saliga Heating and Cooling Weather Desk, it looks like it is going to be a very nice Halloween for you. A good night for trick-or-treating, a high 62 with a low of 42. And then tomorrow, chilly with clouds, some sun, but passing showers in the afternoon and evening, a high 53. Right now we have sunny skies, 40 degrees downtown at the Arch.
It's time to play the music. It's time to light the light. It's time to meet the Muppets on the Muppet Show tonight.
Some of your favorite TV puppets going on sale in a once-in-a-lifetime auction over the next month. We get more from Karen Falk, who's director of archives for the company that produced the Muppets and many other shows and movies.
They're celebrating 70 years of the Jim Henson Company. So we try to choose items for this auction that represent the whole history of the company and the wide range of things that we've produced over the years. Fraggle Rock, all of the Muppet movies and the Muppet Show, Sesame Street, and then all the other productions that the company has done over the years. Plus, there's personal material from Jim Henson that the family has consigned. There are a few things that are really special. We have Traveling Matt from Fraggle Rock, and I think that he's a character that was known around the world. The show was in over 80 countries.
I can't tell you how thrilling it was to watch the way these creatures move. They were so graceful. You can imagine how happy I was when one of these creatures gave me some rollers of my own.
And he's really a wonderful puppet, and I think he's one of the top lots. People are, of course, very excited about the pair of Miss Piggy shoes that we have, which are from the Great Muppet Caper when she rode a bicycle.
Oh, Miss Piggy, are you okay?
Yeah, sure. I was just looking for my contact lens.
And we have the most incredible collection of items from the world of the Dark Crystal, from the TV series, The Dark Crystal Age of Resistance.
You read too many stories. No, this was real.
We've never sold puppets before, ever, in the history of our company. So having something like 60 some puppets in this exhibit is really exciting. We've never made them available before. We've also donated quite a few of these puppets and props to several museums, but there's still so much left. And instead of storing it, we thought it would be better to put it in the hands of fans who really appreciate both the craftsmanship of the items, but also all the thinking and creativity behind the show. So that really was the driving force. And then we started thinking, why not make it a celebration of 70 years and choose some special items from our storage that we could share with fans.
Well, shall we call it a night? Might as well. Certainly wouldn't call it a show.
The Jim Henson Company putting on this 70th anniversary sale with Julian's Auctions. Offers can be made up to November 25th. Your Money Report next.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Your Money Report now, sponsored by Amen Gatner and Capriano Elder Law Attorneys.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. SpaceX is set to receive $2 billion to develop satellites that can track missiles and aircraft under President Trump's Golden Dome missile defense project. Golden Dome will be a series of satellites and other technology that can track and destroy missiles before they reach their target. Future is still strong, with the Nasdaq so far gaining close to 1.4%. Exxon beat Wall Street expectations for a sixth consecutive quarter while increasing its dividend for the 43rd straight year. According to data compiled by Bloomberg, analysts are also forecasting around a 5% increase in oil and natural gas output next year, despite struggling for years to slow declining production. Fellow oil giant Chevron beat earnings estimates as the profits from its acquisition of Hess were included in the results for the first time. Chevron's global production rose 21%, while cash flow from operations is up 20% from a year earlier, despite falling oil prices. Net income, though, of $3.6 billion was 20% lower than a year earlier due to the steepest annual drop in oil prices in half a decade. Dan Schwartzman, Bloomberg Radio.
I've been telling you for some time now about EverTrue Anywhere Care and their trusted in-home caregivers for older adults. You really do need to look this up if you are a person trying to age at home or taking care of a loved one who is. But here's something else. When there is a potential dementia diagnosis, it can be a very scary thing, especially for caregivers. EverTrue Guide is a free program that connects families with dementia care navigators. It's caregiver education, 24/7 access to resources, training, and support groups. It's all designed to help your loved one stay safely at home for as long as possible. That dementia diagnosis can bring on some tough questions and some concerns, and sometimes you don't know where to turn. The team at EverTrue Guide listens, understands, and they'll build a plan that brings peace of mind right to your door. Again, it is a free program. To see if your loved one qualifies for care, go to evertrueguide.org or call 314-218-6661, evertrueguide.org.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Missouri can count on.
Stock up with big fall savings at Menards. Winterize with RV and Marine antifreeze and automotive antifreeze on sale now. Save big on an 8-pack of 100-watt or 12-pack of 60-watt LED light bulbs. Protect your home and family with great sale prices on select security lights and smoke alarms. Plus, stay warm with a fantastic selection of space heaters on sale. Check out Menards' weekly flyer for all the great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Hey, Dave Glover here. You guys have heard me talk about my volunteering with Bethesda Hospice, but there's much more that Bethesda offers older adults. For a South County retirement community, for example, you can't do better than Bethesda Terrace. Residents and families love the gorgeous backyard with its patios and water features, exceptional dining, pet-friendly, plenty of activities, and frequent happy hours. Bethesda Terrace is the perfect location for your retirement years. In fact, residents often say they wish they had moved in sooner. Learn more about Bethesda Terrace at BethesdaHealth.org.
Want to build income without a second job? Learn how real estate investing can help you create extra income one step at a time with Lifestyles Unlimited. Text radio to 88007. That's RADIO to 88007. Presented by Lifestyles Unlimited.
For all station contest rules, go to KMOX.com/rules.
This is 104.1 FM KMOX. Here's what's happening. President Donald Trump calling on the Senate to scrap the filibuster so the Republican majority can bypass Democrats and end the government shutdown. Some U.S. households preparing to give trick-or-treaters shelf-stable family foods like ramen, canned soup, or cheese sticks due to the economy and government shutdown. And a U.S. Senate investigation has uncovered numerous credible reports of medical neglect and poor conditions in immigration detention centers across the country. Let's check the roads now with Roger Brand in the Overhead Door Company of St. Louis Traffic Center.
Well, Megan, watch for a pedestrian on the Blanchette Bridge. He walked across the bridge, but it sounds like he's still sort of lingering around there. And they even said he was darting in and out of traffic. So just pay attention. 70 at the Blanchette. Sounds like it is eastbound, but police are going to go check on that situation. Otherwise, the highways are looking great. There's barely a slowdown north 55 at 67 in that work zone. Otherwise, they're even in the other construction zones. There's nothing going on. Don't forget, they are scheduled to do road work today on 255 between Route 3 Columbia and Route 3 Dupont, and repair work on eastbound 5570 between 64 and 203. That's supposed to last through 9 p.m. Sunday. I'm Roger Brand in the Overhead Door Company of St. Louis Traffic Center.
Time for the Friday edition of Hancock and Kelley.
You two belong together.
John Hancock, Michael Kelley on 104.1 FM, KMOX.
Happy Halloween, John Hancock.
Top of the morning, big boy.
Tell the people what your costume is there.
I'm going to be a professional snooker player.
Is that right?
Yes, that's exactly
Which
correct.
a waistcoat potentially?
Yep, waistcoat, bow tie. It's the only sport where you dress up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm also going to be in a sport outfit. I'm going to be wearing my Masters Caddies jumpsuit. You know, the Masters Caddies wear the white jumpsuit with the name and green on the back.
Yeah.
Then I put like a Masters ball cap on, and I then meet my qualifications of participating in Halloween.
Do you carry a sack of clubs with you?
No, you just kind of talk to people. You can sit with your arms crossed and folded for a while and look at people and say, point in different directions.
Very nice.
That's what you do. Huh. Yeah. Hey, last night you and I were out bumming around together.
We were.
We're at the Chase Park Plaza there in the Central West End. You didn't need directions.
I know.
Found it there on your own.
Been there before and knew exactly how to go, and they had complimentary valet parking, which was lovely.
And we were there for the kickoff of the 250th birthday celebration of the United States. That's going to take, and we're going to have our own celebration here in St. Louis.
Right.
We had politicians from all sides of the aisle, both sides of the aisle, both sides of the river.
Yeah.
That showed up to kick this off and talk about the importance of the 250th birthday and maybe using this and almost to a person talking about using this as a catalyst to change the direction of St. Louis, almost an admission that, hey, man, we're in the doldrums here. We've got to turn this around.
Yep. Mayor Spencer was there, Senator Eric Schmidt, Congressman Mike Bost from over across the river, Governor Kehoe. All spoke.
Yeah, it was great. So keep tuned to that. Celebrate St. Louis. Lots of stuff coming. Jeff
Fox.
Yeah. The chairman of that operation. And, one of the great things about St. Louis, and I always say it all the time, but we do have corporate leaders who stand up and want to make the community better. And Jeff Fox is one of those guys.
No question about it.
John, the budget shutdown continues to go on for almost a month now. We're just now going to see the cancellation of SNAP benefits starting tomorrow. Of course, Congress has been completely out of session. Mike Johnson's hiding in wherever he is, not wanting to deal with the Epstein stuff. The Senate is at a standstill. The Democrats holding up any type of continuing resolution, which would keep government funded at the same levels. Their argument, and successfully to this point in terms of public opinion, is that if we don't deal with this now, we've got to deal with these Obamacare subsidies because premiums will start to double soon, and they're leveraging that quite well, and the people seem to be falling on their side.
Maybe. But I think this is clearly, look, when we've had these continuing resolutions now for decades, and what is the standard practice is to pass what they call a clean continuing resolution, which means you just fund the government at existing levels, and that's what Republicans have voted for. And I just don't see how you can blame Republicans for not doing this. No Democrats are voting for this.
When it came to the permanent extension of tax cuts for the wealthiest people in our country, the Republican Party was able to get together, pull all the fire alarms, and institute those forever. But when it comes to health care and Obamacare, we find ourselves in this position where they can't do it because they so loathe Barack Obama and Obamacare, even though most of their constituents are utilizing it. They will take us to a cliff where we will truly see everybody's premiums double.
They can solve that issue. They don't have to do it here. And the reason they were able to pass the tax cuts is because they did it through the reconciliation process. They didn't need any Democrats. This requires 60 votes. And so you're going to need to have 7 Democrats vote for it. And they should.
What gives you hope that they can solve that problem, John? They're not even there. They're not meeting. The Republican senators aren't even meeting with the Democrats.
I'll tell you how I think they're going to solve that problem. They're going to solve it because if they fail to address the premium increases, it's going to be a bloodbath in November next year for the Republicans. And they can't politically afford not to address it. So I think they should pass the continuing resolution, fund the government, take that off the table, and then sit down and figure out what else to do.
President Trump wants them to get rid of the 60-person filibuster rule John Thune, the Republican leader of the Senate, has resisted that to this point. The president's now turning up his own personal pressure. Explain why it's a bad idea for the Republicans to get rid of that.
Well, I mean, we've switched control of Congress repeatedly over the last 30 years, more rapidly and shorter majorities than ever in our history. And that 60-vote threshold is the one tool the minority really does have to make folks come to the table. Democrats are trying to do that right now with a continuing resolution. But, if you do away with the filibuster rule, it's going to bite you.
Does John Thune know soon he may be in the minority?
He probably does, and certainly a possibility. Although I think Republicans are more likely to keep the Senate than they are the House.
He's John Hancock. I'm Michael Kelley. Hancock and Kelley rolls on after this on KMOX.
I'm Sean Malone. This is KMOX, the voice of St. Louis.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I get those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-348-0269. 800-348-0269. 800-348-0269.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
From your friends at Lombardo Homes, congrats to Dave Glover and the DGS Show on 25 years of building something great. Thanks for keeping St. Louis entertained, informed, and laughing all along the way.
St. Louis, fall is finally here and back with everything you love about the holiday season. Trans-Siberian Orchestra brings the Ghosts of Christmas Eve to Enterprise Center, December 23rd at 3 p.m. A portion of the proceeds benefits Sightman Kids at St. Louis Children's Hospital. Trans-Siberian Orchestra, the Ghosts of Christmas Eve at Enterprise Center, December 23rd at 3 p.m. For more information, kingdomox.com/events.
Welcome back to Hancock and Kelley. John, a big baseball game tonight. The LA Dodgers and the Toronto Blue Jays, potentially the Blue Jays with a chance to close it out. I am excited about that.
It's been a really good World Series, but better than most. And I think Yamamoto pitching for the Dodgers tonight probably gives them the edge. And hey, Game 7, who wouldn't love to see that?
Yeah, it will be all over by the weekend. But what starts next week is the beginning of the political season, brother. We've got big elections across the country. One, obviously getting all the attention out of New York City. Mondani.
He's going to win that, right?
Yeah, I can't see how he doesn't. What do you think?
Yeah, I think he wins.
He's got some very leftist positions.
He's a socialist.
So to that point, it seems to me that the Republican Party, particularly Donald Trump's, trying to paint him as the face of the Democratic Party. I don't think Mondani is necessarily a reflection of where Democrats are at. Heck, the guy didn't even call himself a Democrat. He's a socialist.
Yeah, it's interesting because, I guess you'd call them populists, have taken over the Republican Party.
Right.
No question. And I think the socialists are trying to take over the Democratic Party, and they may succeed.
So interesting, right? Most important city in the world, New York City.
Yeah.
There's a mayor there that deals with, there's probably only 2 governors who deal with as much as the mayor of New York City. It's just that big. And he has these extreme leftist positions. You have a president of the United States now who's flexing his muscle, saying, hey, I can go in and run states and cities. I think we're on a collusion course in the city of New York for some crazy stuff because we're going to have 2 leaders, both with bad ideas, trying to implement them. Donald Trump trying to bring in the Marines and Mondani trying to nationalize or socialize companies.
It's going to be, and his tax policies are going to be very, prohibitive for generating wealth in New York. And, I think we're in the middle of a rough patch right now.
A sign that it may not be good for the Republicans can be seen in the governor's races in both Virginia, potentially, and New Jersey, both leaning heavily now towards the Democrats, likely because of this government shutdown, surely in Virginia.
Virginia, yeah.
New Jersey, a state that the Republicans have battled to stay relevant in, potentially on that teetering mark of as to whether or not there can ever be a Republican Party in New Jersey again. They're dangerously close to being 3 terms out of the governor's office if they can't stop it this time, and the polling says the Democrats are going to win it.
Yeah, these odd year elections, not so much Mississippi, which has them as well, but certainly in New Jersey and Virginia, have been pretty good harbingers of what's going to happen the following year. So,
right.
If these losses are bigger than the polling shows for Republicans, that's going to be a very, very troubling sign.
Is there any way to really play that out and show what it will look like across the country? Virginia, so messed up, right? Because the largest employer in the Virginia, Maryland area is the federal government. So obviously what's going on inside of the bureaucracy of government's going to affect that election. New Jersey, I've always viewed New Jersey as just one giant big suburb. There's not too many great big mega cities in New Jersey. Yeah, but I mean, but they're all suburbs of a bigger animal. It could that be reflective of what we could see? We saw the suburbs go heavily towards Donald Trump in the last election. Are we starting to see an erosion of that? Those kind of more common sense, practical Republicans?
Well, there's been an erosion of Republican support in the suburbs now for the better part of 20 years. And what you could see is just the bottom falling out. And I'll be keenly interested to see how that all plays out.
Do you believe this realignment that's taking place between our two parties? Like I said, I'm sometimes mind blown that I go to a picket line and Josh Hawley's there.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't view Josh Hawley as a friend of labor, but this is a man who's carrying some of those causes. That the party of working people, I mean, is the Republican Party changing right before our eyes to become a party that would be supportive of workers' rights?
It's changed. I mean,
income equality.
It's a different entity today than it was during my history. It's a populist party.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very hard right. I mean, putting military in our cities that's not a conservative principle.
Right.
It's not a federalism principle.
Saw some polling this morning when I woke up that people are skeptical of AI. They don't like it. They are starting to realize the consequences of potentially what it could mean to our jobs. I don't see many inside our government leading or regulating as it relates to AI. Is that a process of ignorance and that the tech people are smarter than us, or is there a larger game being played out here?
Well, I mean, the average age in the Senate is what, 70-something years old?
Yeah.
And now, to his credit, Hawley has been pretty active and vocal about the threats that AI pose to the country. There's benefits too. But yeah, I do think that's a technology that is going to need to be regulated because the worst case scenario of AI is very bleak.
But think about this. One of the things we're hearing from our leaders on both sides of the aisle, both business and governmental, is we've got to be invested in AI to compete with China. They're so far ahead of us. Yet when I challenge anybody to Google AI, potential buildings, we've had our own example of that here in St. Charles. These things are meeting heavy resistance. So here we are saying as a country, this is where we need to head. And as people, we're running the other way.
Yeah. And, this is the future. And, these data centers, I get that people didn't want them in their neighborhood. We got to have them. I mean, we do. And this is cutting edge future economic reality and necessity to have these things. And we ought to be trying to figure out how to do it. And for Missouri, we ought to be trying to figure out how to be a leader.
Yeah, I think the biggest hang up for most people out there is the power companies explaining how this is not going to affect regular folks' rates on a daily basis. And I don't point that at any particular power company. As I read these across the country, that seems to be the focus. People are mainly concerned, like, wait a minute, I keep hearing these are going to drain all my power, all of our power, and it's going to cost me more.
Yeah. And, there is a solution to that, and that is to create more electricity. and which means you should be doing everything, all the technologies, use it all and create as cheap of power as you can, because this is coming.
You handing out candy tonight?
Going over to my daughter's.
Yeah.
So we're going to have a thing of candy on the front porch that will probably last all of 5 minutes.
You're not one of those guys who makes a kid tell a joke or do a trick to get a piece of candy.
No.
And you're not one of those guys who hands out an orange or an apple, right?
Nope. Snicker bars,
Remember
buddy.
those guys when you were a kid?
Yeah.
Miserable.
Yeah. We have to step aside. Chris and Amy are just around the corner. You stay too, right here on KMOX.
The sheriff lost his sheriff duties. The president wants to resume nuclear testing. It was a heck of a week, and we'll chat about it with Hancock and Kelley. Plus, how about those Blues and our no prize football pick'em? It all starts at 9 a.m. on the Chris and Amy Show on KMOX.
Hey, this is Charlie Brennan. Have you noticed loose bricks or missing mortar around your house, on the walls, the patios, the walkways, the porch, or the chimneys? If so, you need to call Morelli Tuck Pointing. 314-645-1387. You might need one of two things: solid tuck pointing, the removal of old mortar with the replacement of new mortar throughout an entire wall or chimney, or maybe just